was coming out of his hand very nicely. The slider he threw was crisp. The few sliders he threw was crisp. Got the strikeout of one of the White Sox hitters there on a very good slider to strike the ball, and then got the ground ball to end the ninth inning. So, again, very efficient. Good location. Ball was coming out nice. Hopefully, sign of good things to come for Will Best.
17th save closes this one out. The win goes to Finnegan in relief. Player of the game brought to you by Pennington Grass Seed, the official grass seed of the Detroit Tigers. Good way to start a road trip. Tigers 69-51 with a 2-1 win over the Chicago White Sox. Stay with us. More postgame after this on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. We know that when you're hurt, hiring a law firm with the most experience can mean the difference between getting everything you deserve or walking away empty-handed. We're Michigan's most experienced personal injury law firm. Our lawyers have over 600 years of collective experience. 600 years. And that matters because more experience means more money and more wins for our clients. Our experience pays. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
America's favorite place to watch sports just got even better. It's Stadium Swim at Circa Resort and Casino. Sports fans, you can catch all the action from all your favorite sports at a viewing experience built for the ultimate sports fan. Relax in one of the 6 pools on 3 levels. Perfect views of the massive big screen, just like the front row seat at the ballpark. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com.
Baseball season is here, and that means one thing. It's time to fire up the grill and knock dinner out of the park with Hatfield Pork. Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins and pork loin fillets have the home run flavor your whole family will love. Don't strike out with anything less. Load up your plate, put pork on your fork, and bring home the taste of summer with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Hatfield. Better
Hey, girl.
pork, better pork.
We're getting ready to head out.
Defensive play of the game brought to you by your neighborhood Michigan Ford dealers by the Belts off F-150. Only at your neighborhood Michigan Ford dealers. Visit buyfordnow.com. Bob, we were talking during the game about how good the outfield positioning is for the Tigers. We saw 2 good running catches today. One actually wasn't necessarily because of good outfield positioning. Wenzel Perez had to run a long way, shifted toward the right center field gap against Benintendi. Fly ball in the right spot for Benintendi. It appeared down the right field line. Ran over, made a sliding basket catch. Fine play early in the game.
Yeah, no, definitely. He was playing in that right center field gap because Benintendi's swing is that way. Hits a lot of balls in the air to center field and to left center field. They were swung around a little bit. So that ball was off the end of the bat. Like you said, a little flare. He had to get on his horse and go. He went and got it, slid, and made that basket catch, like you said. Good play by Wenzel Perez.
And then one fine running catch later in the game in the 6th inning with a man on first. 1 out. Lane Sosa hit one of the gap in left center field on Chris Paddock. He ran a long way. Rodney Green actually positioned perfectly, ran to the gap in left center field.
Holy Scott.
For the second out of the 6th inning, and that was the end of the night for Chris Paddock. Yeah. Good win for the Tigers. They win it by the final score of 2-1. RBI leaderboard brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Visit Bill Brown Ford in Livonia today. Tigers got RBIs in this game. Dylan Dinger, 2-out RBI single to get the scoring started. That was back in the 2nd inning. Spencer Torkelson with the other RBI with his 26th home run of the year. Good night at the ballpark. A little rain delay, but the Tigers close it out 2-1. Stay with us. Game recap coming up next on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
At McLaren, we know that when you need emergency care, the waiting room is the last place you want to be. Which is why we offer online check-in for non-life-threatening conditions. So you can check into your local McLaren ER right from your home. Just visit mclaren.org/ER and select a time that fits your schedule. The next time you need expert ER care, check in online so the waiting room can be your living room. That's mclaren.org/ER.
Keep your summer fun going in a new Toyota RAV4, America's best-selling SUV. Now through September 2nd, get 4.99 APR financing on a new 25 RAV4 or 5.99 on RAV4 Hybrid. Excludes plug-ins or lease a gas-powered RAV4 LE for $309 a month for 36 months with $36.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Enjoy hot deals on Meyer brand back-to-school must-haves all season long. Save on breakfast favorites like Meyer Toasted Oats Honey Nut Cereal, select varieties of Meyer pastry treats, Meyer sweet and salty granola bars, and Meyer applesauce, each for only $1.79. Save on lunchtime essentials like Meyer peanut butter, Meyer grape jelly, and Meyer round top bread, just $1.39 each. Saving a good deal more on your favorite Meyer brand must-haves is a good deal better all season long. Exclusions apply. See all deals in the Meyer app.
Take me out to the ball. Hey, Tigers fans, the Michigan Lottery has something new to sing about. Introducing the Detroit Tigers Games, a Tigers instant ticket, pull tab, and 2 online games.
Buy me some Tigers games, wish me luck. Maybe I'll win $500,000.
Enjoy your favorite pastime and a chance to strike it rich.
So let's root for the Tigers.
With 1, 2, 3 new ways to play. The new Detroit Tigers Games, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits, don't be the best bet. Make sure there's no trademarks used with permission.
Oh, is that what I left behind? That's something to
Welcome back to the 1-800 Coliseum Studios. I'm Tim Jenski. Tigers beat the White Sox 2-1. Kyle Finnegan the win. Brandon Eisert the loss. Time now for the game recap. Brought to you by the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Visit the showroom today for exceptional offers. Tigers scored first in the second. A 1-out double, a single, and a runner. Ceiling left the man on third. 2 down for Dylan Dingler.
Sorry, guys. Just getting things together. Already got an order. Duke, Holly, oh, holy skunk, girl the camera. Welcome all. Missing remote. I'd enjoy if you guys were over on. If you have it, please join me over on Rumble. But wherever you want to be is fine with me. You want to be here, that's fine.
1 out and the base is empty.
Tigers take the win of the night.
We had to wait out a rain delay, but that did turn out to be the game-winning run. 2-1 against the final. Looking at pitching, Shy Sox in a bullpen day. Tyler Alexander, their long man, goes 4 to third.
How's everybody's day?
Tiger starter Chris Paddock went 5 2/3, gave up 1 run on 3 hits with a walk and 4 strikeouts. Tyler Holt, Kyle Finnegan, and Will Bassett saw work on that Tigers pen. They combined for 3 1/3 scoreless, 1 hit, no walks, and 3 strikeouts. Coming up next, we'll take a look at scores from around the major leagues. This is your home for Detroit Tigers baseball, presented by Law.
Before the arenas, before the fame, let's take it back on there was a hometown. Now the Jonas Brothers tell that story on a new limited engagement channel. Hey guys, it's Joe. It's Nick and Kevin. This is Hometown Radio on Sirius XM. Hear their new album, Greetings from Your Hometown, and the songs that built the dream. We built this for you on Hometown Radio with the Jonas Brothers for a limited time. Channel 79 and at home with the Sirius XM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes. Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter. It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances. And a high drive, deep right center. It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on Sirius XM and Channel 89, and every morning on the Sirius XM.
Yes. His endorsements flash all over the front of that book. One of my proudest achievements. First, Dan is a friend in my travels as a professional fill-in radio host. I have had the honor of filling in on Dan's show when it was up and running, dozens and dozens of times. And it was a great experience. Love Dan, great guy. Really excited to have him there at the FBI. And so we should go pick up my book, if for no other reason than just.
Well, I get that. Holy skunk. I can understand that. I've been going through that with my garbage pickup company, man.
From this podcaster. Her name is
Dear.
Jennifer Welch. And she's a Bravo reality TV personality. I watch Housewives. I mean, I'm not trying to say I don't watch her show. I don't know what it is. She's on Bravo. And she's got a podcast like we all. I think it's called I've Had Enough. Just about had enough. And she went on an epic rant about Trump voters this week. And she really has a lot to say about you terrible, horrible Trump voters out there. And she had some declarations on what areas of society you should be allowed in. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to start, it's about a minute long, but there's so many things she says in here. I just want to respond to each one of the things. We're going to do a stop and start kind of thing here. Let's start this. Go ahead. I've had it with white people.
Ooh, Dolphins?
That
Nice.
Trumped.
And Bucks.
Have the nerve and neon.
I don't know if the Bucks are that great. Their stadium's in shambles, but
a Mexican
yeah,
restaurant,
but Dolphins is good. That's Hard Rock.
Restaurant. Go to perhaps their gay hairdresser. I don't think you should be able to enjoy anything but Cracker Barrel. And if you want, all right. When we start again, go back and play for my Cracker Barrel comment. But okay, so I had to break
Duke's good people.
So much wrong with this clip. But this clip is everything that's wrong with the left, period. This is why they lost. This is why they continue to lose. The audacious confidence with which she sits there.
Yeah, Lions would be a good one to pick up. They're not doing too. The cheapest standing room only tickets for the Lions right now are $190 for standing room only.
Something really courageous. Really,
that's fucking nuts, man.
And all she's doing is being a big old racist. A nasty little blonde hair, big bottle blonde bigot. This is how they think. That's how they think of you. Think about what she just said. If you triple Trump, how clever of you, my darling. If you triple Trump, you voted and you're white. I guess that's the only people that voted for Trump. Even though that's not enough to get him over the hump, my dear. Right? More than white people voted for him, but whatever. Talking about the triple Trumper. Her view of Trump is that he hates immigrants, and immigrants are Mexican, and Mexicans serve you food. That's her view. That's her. Mexicans serve you food. Indians serve you food. Chinese people serve you food. And gay people do your hair. And those are the groups they belong to, and those are the labels they use. Oh, yeah. It's 2025. We don't have the technology to remind our. Y'all heard it though. She told y'all. So. But this is what she thinks of you. This is what she thinks of you, Mexicans. This is what she thinks of you, immigrants, us brown people, black people. She's got us all categorized, and the only way she can think of us is in our restaurants where we're serving white people. They don't even hear themselves. They don't even hear how
I'm on the user profile.
Not to mention
all right,
the
let me
fact
fix this.
that it is completely freaking audacious for her
all right,
to say
about to go live on Rumble there.
You should
Boom.
not walk anywhere in this country. If there is someplace you don't belong because of how you voted. As if that's a thing. As if you get to decide, am I supposed to carry a card around with me that tells me how I vote before I can walk into a restaurant? By the way, here's another thing that's so damn condescending. So condescending. She is saying, don't you dare go visit. If you're a white Trump voter, no, don't you dare go to a Mexican restaurant, or an Indian restaurant, or a Chinese restaurant. Now, by the logic of her argument here, it's the white voters that gave us Trump. Forget about all us black people.
Hi, are you checking in with your app to earn reward points today?
No, a DoorDash for Ryan W.
You said for Ryan?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and pull forward.
Smash the like, y'all. Rumble's up now.
They're powerful enough.
Apparently, I went live on the user instead of the channel. I fixed it, though.
Patronizing the businesses of minorities. They don't hear themselves. They don't get it. Everything, it's all projection. They can't help but tell on themselves. And what thrills me about it, though, is just the confidence with which she says it. She really thinks she's sticking up for us. She really thinks she's saying something special for minorities. It's a white savior complex. I mean, it's just there is no shortage of the white savior complex on the left. All right, because she's just told us, white folks, don't let me see ya at the Chinese Indian restaurant or at your gay hairdresser. Your fat ass belongs at Cracker Barrel. All right, continue on.
A triple Trump, and you want to browbeat DEI, you want to browbeat gay people, and you want to browbeat black people as you've been doing for 400 years. And you want to browbeat this generation of immigrants that come over here.
Browbeat, and words. Words are coming out of her mouth, and they're going out into the air, and they're making sound. That's all it is. What is she saying? Browbeating gay people for 400 years? How? What are you talking about? Republicans have been browbeating minorities for 400 years. The Republican Party is the party of abolition, lady. It started because of Democrats. It started to free black people. It started in service of abolition. Do you know what abolition is, Jennifer? I bet she doesn't know what that word is. It means to abolish slavery, which is a Democrat institution, like Jim Crow. It's a Democrat institution. These people are the worst kind.
Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of that on the side.
They say, but this is what happens when you get your news from TikTok. Everybody says it so confidently, you imagine that it's true. So she's just hearing the talking point. I bet she doesn't even watch.
I think she pays pretty decent around here.
I bet it's worse than that. She doesn't watch those things.
And my new vehicle gets very good gas mileage, so got
she reads the headlines that come across the scroll.
Ford Maverick hybrid, so gets about 42 miles to the gallon.
In talking terms.
Thank you.
I don't. What is she even talking about? It's just these are made up words. They're made up concepts. All right, continue.
Open up businesses earnestly, pay their taxes. You want to demonize them and call them rapists and felons and all that. When the felon is the teeny weeny mushroom piece of Cankles McTaco at the top of the ticket. I have had it from top to bottom. White people that triple Trump should be banned, boycotted from enjoying the best thing that America has to offer, which is multiculturalism. Get your fat asses out of the Mexican restaurant. Get your fat asses over to Cracker Barrel, because nobody wants to see your snug ass, teeny weeny, pink arm, big gut around. Nobody wants to see that. No one.
Wow.
All right. Well, she sounds lovely. It's a mystery to me why Americans didn't want to vote for her candidate. It's a mystery to me why Americans didn't want to vote to keep people like her in charge, but we did not. Oh, she sounds lovely.
She sounds lovely.
You hear it in the tone of her voice, you hear the kinds of things she was saying. There's a lot of bleeping going on there. You hear the way she's talking about the president, just talking in general, right? And then she says, you hear her say, I don't think you have the right to enjoy whatever comes after that. And for her, it's Mexican restaurants, it's Indian restaurants, and where she imagines the poor people living. She doesn't want you to enjoy those things, but there are other people who will say, other actors who say, don't come enjoy my movie. I don't want you to enjoy my song if you're MAGA. Don't play my song at your campaign rally. They're always telling us we're not allowed. Don't come here. If you vote for Trump, you're not allowed to eat a taco. You notice what they're always telling you? Don't enjoy.
It's everything, sauces and stuff. Thank you.
Telling you. That's the way they deliver justice to you. That you think they're saying something really special, and really what they're telling you is be miserable. Don't enjoy it, and we don't want you to enjoy anything. That's the Democrat platform. That's why they're losing. We don't want you to enjoy anything. And this white woman, this rich white woman, was a TV show on Bravo, the channel of rich white women. I heard Greg Gutfeld say today on Fox. He said Bravo is not exactly BET, honey. This rich white woman in her rich white club talking about the servant class. That's what she thinks minorities are, by the way. The way she is speaking about us, that it's indicative of this is how they all think about us. They all think this way. They think we're the servant class, and it's how they treat us. And that's why they were mad when we didn't vote the way they wanted us to in November, because we're the servant class. You Mexicans are servant class, Indian servant class. She's not accusing you of being the deadhead. She's not saying, I don't think that you should be able to visit any Mexican doctor if you voted for Trump. I don't think that you should be getting your advice from any Mexican financial planner. She ain't accusing no Mexicans of being a liar, is she? These people, they're the worst. They're the worst. They're the bigot. They're the racist. It's all projection. She has a lot of nerve. I mean, this clip, rightly so, is making the rounds. But I'm sure because she definitely has main character syndrome. And believe me, I live in Orange County, California. I can throw a rock and hit a dozen women like her. All right, she's nothing special. Like she talks exactly how I would expect her to talk. But it really is astounding to see someone like that with her level of privilege, her level of isolation. You know, she is the person she's complaining about, right? Rich and white. It's self-hating. That's what it is. That's why the DEI, even though they've convinced us black people to embrace DEI as something that's for us, not for us, it's for liberal white women. This is liberal white woman thought. It's how they are the main character, and they also hate themselves. They bought into that left-wing Marxist lie because most of them are childless and husbandless, and so they look to the government to be their family. They look to the government to fill the husband. They look to the government to provide their, to fulfill them. So that's how they look at the world. So the rest of the world is the servant class, and they live in this bubble, and then they feel so guilty about it because they know the way they live does not match with the way they know they should be living, and that's why they tell you that you have too much money, and why they tell you your taxes should be higher, and they tell you that you should leave your keys by the front door so thieves can just take your car. And that's the best thing to do. They tell you to stop complaining about crime, that it's racist. They tell you that complaining about murder is racist. They tell you that complaining about the border is racist. Because they are the racists. They know that that's how they look at the rest of us. They don't think that their Mexican maids and nannies are equal. They don't think that. They just think it's cheap labor, and they don't want that labor to go away. It's so nakedly and blatantly evil and hypocritical and disgusting. It's all projection. But on top of it all, Jennifer, on top of all the hypocrisy, the worst part, or a worst part about it, is the complete erasure of the millions and millions of non-white people like me who voted for Donald Trump. It's in her again. She's the racist. She's the bigot. In her world, people like me and Stacy, we don't exist, and she's fine with that. She thinks it's okay. She would. I bet she'd look me in my face and tell me, "I don't." Oh, shooting star there. Right? That's not bigoted. That's not racist. Of course, it is bigoted and it is racist. Because the only people who are allowed to exist are people who think like her. And even people who think like her, they're allowed to exist. But if they don't look like her, then the only thing they're allowed to disturb. All right, we got to take another break. Let's do that, and when we get back, I'll wrap up this thought. I'm still thinking about it. I'm Kira Davis, filling in for Stacey Washington, and you're listening to Stacey on the Right.
Art News Daily with your host, Mike Slater.
Trump brokered a peace deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia. We'll break that down on tomorrow's show. Trump is averaging ending one war per month. Pretty good. More details tomorrow.
Breitbart News Daily, weekdays at 6 a.m. Eastern on Sirius XM Patriot 125.
You heard it here first. Resolutions are so last season. What's in? I'll tell you what. Transforming whole body health with just one whole food. Armra colostrum is a 300 million year old superfood, packing 400 plus nutrients and more benefits than I can mention in this 60-second ad. Stronger immunity, ease bloating and
be right back, guys.
Revitalize skin and hair, stronger recovery and performance, an elevated mood and focus are just a few results clients see and feel. With Armra, transform your health at the cellular level and unlock the you of your wildest imagination. Visit armra.com and enter code XMRadio for 30% off your first subscription order for this month only. That's ARMRA.com. Code XMRadio for 30% off your first subscription order.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose.
You know what doesn't make a great cigar? Marketing fluff. Like buzzwords that belong in a corporate memo, not your humidor. Or some sketchy warehouse where cigars are drier than your boss's sense of humor. At Famous Smoke, we've been family owned since 1939. We're not just cigar fans, we're cigar obsessed. Burn rate junkies, draw test nerds, humidity control freaks. They're the kind of people who know the difference between a great cigar and a rolled up regret. That's why we offer thousands of premium brands and rare finds, stored just right, packed like treasure, and shipped fresher than a barbershop fade. Because when it comes to cigars, you want the real thing from real experts. Just smoke, no mirrors. Go to FamousSmoke.com. Use the code word SMOKE for $20 off when you spend $99 or more. Skip the gimmicks and light up something legendary. From the crew that's been selling cigars long before pound signs turned into hashtags. FamousSmoke.com. Code SMOKE. FamousSmoke.com.
At LensSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lenseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Individual freedom, the right to bear arms. We are Sirius XM Patriot. Channel 125. Conservative principles live here.
Missed any of the show? You can catch up on the Sirius XM app. This is Stacey on the Right on Sirius XM Patriot 125.
Welcome back, everybody. Stacey on the Right. Time does fly when you're having fun. We are sailing in, cruising into the end of the show, but our time together this week is not over. I will be with you again tomorrow. And Stacey, Stacey will be out, I think, right? For the rest of the week. Is she out? But yeah, she is. But, and I would love to be with you all week, but unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you're looking at it, depending on from whose point of view, I will be absent for the rest of this week after Tuesday because I'm about to drop my daughter off at college.
Hey, Pink.
South Carolina, and then that's it. That's my youngest. So, kind of struggling with it more than I thought I would. So I've got to
No, she's not lying.
Very important. I've got to deliver a very important package. That's neither here nor there. For now, I am with you in this seat. We've been talking about this horrible podcast, Jennifer Wells, talking about how white people voted for Trump shouldn't go here, shouldn't go there, shouldn't do this, shouldn't do that. All of the left, all of their punishments for us involve us not enjoying anything. And that is really what we turned away from 2024. That's the vision of America that the Democrat Party and the progressive lunatics that they have allowed to take over that once great American party. That is the vision of America that they have been selling us. It's the vision of America that Obama sold us. It's what they tried to sell us with Hillary. It's what they shoved down our throats with Biden. And that is the America, that is the vision for America that we turned away from in November. They don't want you to enjoy anything. You will own nothing and you will enjoy nothing. That is the left vision for America. And President Trump's vision for America extends much further than how you're going to pay the rent at the end of the month. It's extending into the future. How do we use building blocks now to create something bigger and better and healthier in the future? And that's what all of this, that is a visionary.
All right, we're going to turn the scanner on for now while we creep into that area.
Sold out. And no matter what you see being reported on CNN or David 11.
Oh, it's quiet. No, I'd rather listen to her in the scanner. It's going to be that quiet.
Not saying this like, hey, I'm above it all and it's slow and steady for Kira Davis. I'm totally confident. No, I'm not that person. I'm always worrying. I'm always thinking, oh no, this is what I've been doing with Trump for years. Oh no, is this it? Is this the thing that takes him down? Is it this thing? By now we all ought to know that Teflon Don is a real thing. There is a reason why this man came back from what he came back from. To take it all. There's a reason for it. It's just some people are special. Some people have the thing. Some people have the factor. That is what matters. He's a visionary and he's got a vision for us and trying to set it up. And how we need to be thinking. This is what I talk to. One of the things I do on the side is I am a public speaker. And I typically travel to Republican clubs across the state and the country. For those who are willing to pay for travel, it's not always easy for small independent clubs to do. But I am available.
Hey, Jared,
you can find out
on Rumble.
if you want to hear me speak at your club. But
Turn
this
the
is one of
banner
the
off.
things I talk about.
You guys want to be on YouTube? I don't care.
In the speech that I give, which is that we
But I
need to
prefer
take
Rumble.
this example that Trump is setting, and we need to apply it locally. We need to apply it at every level. We can't just look at him and go, wow, isn't this great? It's so cool. He's changing the system. He's changing the culture. He's doing all this stuff. The way that Trump only has a limited time to be effective and productive, same with us. We only have a limited time. You only have a limited time where you are, particularly in a state like California, where momentum comes and goes. But we have just everything is working against us here. The Democrats, supermajority, the weather, yes, it's perfect weather almost all the time here. That's not a fantasy. That is not, a story, a false story. That is true. The weather is perfect here almost all the time. But that's a detriment to us because people will pay a lot. They'll put up with a lot for this perfect weather, and they do. So our politicians know that, and they take advantage of it. It's called the sunshine tax. Just everything we do is taxed out the wazoo. And so we have so much working for us.
Yeah, I took a nap after streaming earlier. Apparently, I'm going to have to do another desktop because even those ad reads I did, for some reason, I don't know why it's taking them so long to decide whether or not to accept them or not. There was more than enough people there.
Encouraging people to think ahead. We're always just thinking for the next election cycle. And Democrats don't do that. They think in terms of power. They think in terms of control. And they think in terms of 25 and
No big deal.
years, not 2 and 4 years. I'm not suggesting we do things like Democrats, but we can at least strategize like that because it has been a winning formula. So we need to be thinking ahead too. We need to build farm teams. One of the focuses of the speech that I give is school board. As you guys know, I was here on Stacey Washington's show, talking many times about my school board race in 2022 that I eventually lost. But I learned a lot running that race. And one of the things that I realized is the teachers union, this is not a secret, you guys already know that the teachers unions come hard after school board candidates.
Actually,
why? They don't
I may want to grab something from McDonald's here.
Against city council candidates. I mean, unions are so bad, but they don't.
No, they're close.
It's not like it is with school board. Maybe Stacey had some of the same stories. She was also on the school board. We haven't really talked about our experience running, but for me, it was harrowing. I mean,
I don't even know what's open this late. They were begging for people to be on late night tonight, so we'll see how it rolls. If it's profitable, I'll keep doing it. But if it's lame, we'll go to Waffle House and then we'll go home.
Well, when I started digging into what school board does, you realize there's so much power and influence in school board. They control millions and millions of dollars worth of contracts right in your neighborhood, right in your local community. Of course, then they control the education of your kids. But other things like the PTA, like how much the PTA can control. Did you know that your PTA runs the book fair? The Scholastic book fairs, everybody remembers those book fairs. And you think those are enough? The things, those book fairs, those are all the books that come into your school. Kids can buy, or that the teachers buy to put in the classroom. Well, the Scholastic book fair is horrifically low, as is the PTA. There's a lot of stuff going on. It's a training ground for higher office. It's a training ground. Now, I didn't want to move on to higher office. I just wanted kids to go back to school and get out of that. But school board is a training ground for higher office. It's where a lot of your representatives come from. It's where a lot of your people in office start. Well, the Democrats have been using school board as the farm team for decades. That's where they start out the people they want to do. Not all, but a lot.
You got us pulling off the road here. What the fuck are they doing?
Right now, everybody does their own individual thing, and if someone has ambitions,
I guess that's stuff you do in the middle of the night.
They start in the school board, and get all the Republican endorsements.
It's dangerous, man. They don't have hardly any warning before you get to it.
We shouldn't be waiting.
Waze warned me way ahead of time, but their signage sucks.
We should be going to find those people like Democrats do, and then we tell those people we're investing in you. GOP clubs.
Hey, Oklahoma. What up, buddy?
This is what I tell the club.
We're doing a late dash. They asked me to do a late night one. We'll see how well it goes. Apparently at 1:30, I'm supposed to be making an extra $5 per call, so we'll see.
And you will be their volunteer.
But I'm bored, so what the hell?
Because
I was on the clock for most of the day doing remote work, so kind of double dipping here.
For school board to go in, for years work at the school board, and go on their way.
Money's money, right?
You're setting up somebody who's going to take that knowledge and experience and then move on to the state level or the federal level. We have to be building our farm team the way that they are. They're preparing for 40 years of battle, and
you decided at the last minute to get over. There's going to be some kooky drivers tonight. I'm not even going to get upset at anybody.
This is what we will remember about him.
It's after midnight.
That he
You got the drunks and everything on the road, so I'm just going to be super cautious. If I'm late on calls, fuck it.
That is the key. And that is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And if you don't take advantage of this time, if you don't take advantage of this momentum, this moment in time, this unique opportunity, I hate to say it, but you're not.
Other way. They're getting
I mean, really, what have we been fighting for? A lot of people want to take their foot off the gas. No. This is it. Now it's time to go. people still want to just kind of go back to some kind of, get back to the way it used to be. No, that's done. This is the goal. We're turning this car around. Things are changing. We have to change it. That means everything has to be different. The way we look at school, the way we look at energy, the way we look at the border, the way we look at our city, and what we allow to go on there, and what we put up there. The entire culture has to change.
Everywhere is doing construction.
Tomorrow night, I want to talk a little bit more about the family. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. We'll see if I can. Even our notions of family and what we have allowed to creep in as normal, that has to change for the future. That has to change. We need to reverse course here. It's no more normalizing single moms. You know what? We need to stop this thing. And I'm from a single mom, okay? I'm a daughter of a single mom. But this whole thing we do where we're like, think about the single moms out there. What about the single moms? You know, we talk about single moms if there's some just inherent.
Hit the gas pedal. I am.
And I understand what the point of that is.
I'm doing
You
70.
recognize that there's people struggling out there. They might need specific.
I don't know if it don't seem like it, but we're doing 70 miles an hour. This truck is quiet as fuck because it's mostly electric.
What you do is you normalize and elevate it. As if being a
Unless I hammer it,
is,
then you actually hear the engine.
Is notable. You see what we normalize, what we make normal, that sets up the future. All right. Well, we'll continue the conversation tomorrow.
It's not really a gas pedal. It's more of an accelerator.
More about me, go find me on Twitter at RealKira.
Sometimes it's gas, sometimes it's electricity.
Hey, I'm Linda, a business owner like you. My banking is all about my financial freedom. I don't want liens on all my assets when getting the business loans I need. Plus, I want to be treated like a professional, not a potential criminal. My business coach recommended Delta Capital Group. I went to deltacap.com.
Oklahoma, you have a Rumble?
200K line of credit in under 24 hours.
I know you do, Missy.
No collateral. It was a breath of fresh air. Delta
Jared's
Capital
over there.
is a national leader providing lines of credit and term loans for businesses just like yours. Same day approval, no collateral, any credit score. Rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Over half of their business comes from referrals and happy repeat customers. Why? Delta Capital gets business done. Smart business owners don't wait for money. I got my financial freedom through Delta. Delta Capital, lightning fast. Your bank, stuck in the past. Get your money at deltacap.com. That's deltacap.com. Delta Capital Group, funding your future fast.
The summer isn't just hot, it's historic. Flash flood warnings are at a 40-year high, and it's not slowing down. Towns underwater, roads washed out, and in every crisis zone, the same scene. Crowds standing in line, waiting for bottled water, waiting for food, waiting for someone to show up and save them. They tell you that help is on the way.
That sucks, man. Is it allergies or, what were you sick from?
It doesn't come at all. You think the system's built to protect you? They can barely handle one emergency, let alone dozens. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be the one caught empty-handed. And right now, My Patriot Supply is giving away 4 weeks of emergency food. Just go to MyPatriotSupply.com to find out how to claim your free 4-week food supply and join millions of Americans who are preparing with My Patriot Supply. Claim your free 4-week kit today at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com. Limited government economic opportunity. We are.
All those summer colds do suck, man. I've had one.
This hour from Town Hall, I'm Jason Walker. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his plan to seize control of Gaza will involve.
My wife had one a couple weeks ago, man.
And taking control of the entire strip.
I was trying to treat her at the same time, stay the fuck away.
Intelligence expert Bob Agnew explains.
I'm probably the one that got her sick though, because I'm pretty immune to most shit. Knock on wood, I really haven't been seriously sick since COVID.
You may never see the live ones again. As for European leaders who think peace will come via
come on, dude, I'm doing 70 miles an hour in a 65. That's fast enough.
Western nations somehow believe they're the good guys. Lieutenant Colonel Schaefer was interviewed by the.
I'm not going to make $10 and then get a $160 ticket.
Something that just does not happen that often in Europe. A
blistering heat wave gripping southwest France, sending thermometers soaring to 110 degrees. Other European nations, including Hungary and the UK, also have some record-breaking temps and have issued warnings. The heat greatly increasing the risk of wildfires, also now burning in Hungary and Bulgaria. President Trump says both Ukraine and Russia will have to give up some land in order to end the ongoing war. The big summit is coming up later in the week. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
We get into Toledo. We'll listen to the Toledo scanner, though.
Said there'll be some land swapping going on, and he took issue with Ukrainian President Zelensky's objections.
Just after midnight. We're in Toledo now.
Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff. President said he could know within.
It's actually a decent area in Toledo, but we'll see what happens with that.
Greg Clugston, the White House. And more on these stories at townhall.com.
If you're living with pain, see how Relief Factor can help.
My back got injured very bad. I was off work for about a year. I heard about Relief Factor from my wife. I took it every day, 3 times a day, for 3 weeks. Looked at her and I said, the pain is gone.
This is by the university, so I'm probably going to end up having to take shit to dorms that I don't know where they're at.
With Relief Factor, go to relieffactor.com and get your 3-week quick
Here
start
we go.
today. Only $19.95.
Taco Bell.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation. Even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia. Puttering around Freshman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. Your lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said to ask a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine. Earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. The Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Bloodshed Monday in the capital of Texas. Austin Police Chief Lisa Davis says officers responded to a shooting.
Midnight coffee? That sounds good. I'm drinking tea. Unsweet tea.
3 people that were shot inside the parking lot of Target.
Lots of caffeine in that. I had like 3 cups of coffee when I was streaming earlier, though.
Stole a car from the scene, took that car, wrecked that car, then hijacked another car. He was then found by Austin PD in South Austin, where he was taken into custody after a tasing.
And no word yet on a possible motive. The man who attacked the CDC headquarters in Atlanta Friday fired more than 180 shots into the campus, breaking 150 windows. Officials say it may take weeks to replace them. The shooter did die, and a police officer also was killed trying to stop him. Breaking news and analysis, townhall.com.
Consumer Forces, built on freedom, powered by you.
As a truck driver in this country, I can tell you that the fuel prices are considerably lower now under Trump than they were under Biden.
Secure borders, a sound fiscal policy, and fair and verifiable elections.
Join the conversation.
Unions will never let anybody else work unless the union is getting their piece of the pie and protecting the wage.
Your voice is heard here. Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125. In business, they say you can have better, cheaper, or faster, but you only get to pick 2. What if you could have all 3 at the same time? That's exactly what Cohere, Thomson Reuters, and Specialized Bikes have, since they upgraded to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. OCI is the blazing fast platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs, where you can run any workload in a high availability, consistently high performance environment, and spend less than you would with other clouds. How is it faster? OCI's block storage gives you more operations per second. Cheaper? OCI costs up to 50% less for compute, 70% less for storage, and 80% less for networking. Better? In test after test, OCI customers report lower latency and higher bandwidth versus other clouds. This is the cloud built for AI and all your biggest workloads. Right now, with zero commitment, try OCI for free. Oracle.com/Patriot. That's Oracle.com/Patriot.
Hi, I'm Kathy Hill, founder of inDOCtriNATIONlive. If you happen to
Thanks, but I just want to give you a quick heads up that this time we're only accepting cash.
This is a DoorDash.
What was the name?
Rod the store. Hang on. Matt M.
All right, we got that. You can go for it.
Yeah. Look at this guy. He's halfway out of the car. Full cancer on that vehicle there. The old Expedition. Starting to rust out.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number, 877-381-3811. 877-381-3811. Man, oh man, Shevitz, there's a lot going on. And every day with this president, there's a lot going on, and most of it's great. Great. The things he's doing, just fantastic. Of course, the establishment hates it, but we have a lot of contempt for them. But before I go there, happy Monday to you. Thank you for watching Life, Liberty, and Levin. Thank you for the folks that came out and in Reston at Barnes & Noble. We had a fantastic time, and Barnes & Noble did a great job. Great job. Brand new store.
You already put one in the box. So who's this for? Chris just made an extra one. Oh, okay. Do that one for Matt, sir.
Fire sauce in there? Yep. Thank you. No drinks? All right, cool.
Also, I was on Stephen A. Smith's podcast. As soon as we have it, I will send you the link. He's a dear friend, and it was an excellent discussion. Very smart guy. Excellent discussion. Maybe I was the only one to say this. I said it here behind this microphone. I said it on the box. I said it on the plays. That this Epstein matter, where are we going with this? Including the president, they would have revealed. The Epstein case, well, there's not a lot to this case. Obviously, to the people who were harmed, there's a lot to the case, and but that's not what we're talking about. The political dimensions of the case. We had all these people who claim to be influencers, on and on, talking about, oh, this was the big matter, and that if it wasn't resolved, that Donald Trump his ratings would plummet. We had all these people saying that the way Donald Trump is handling this, he's going to upset MAGA. In fact, the MAGA base is furious with him. All these people saying the Epstein matter would would cause us to lose the midterm elections. And Carlson talking about this, Bannon talking about this, Marjorie Trader Green talking about this, Joe Rogan talking about this, all the rest of them. All the rest of them. And they were dead wrong. All of them. All of them. Others too, I just can't remember them off the top of my head. I want you to listen to this from CNN. Unfortunately, we have to go to CNN to hear it, but nonetheless, this guy, their data guy, Hinton, is actually quite good. I want you to listen carefully to this, and this is example number 4 billion. How these phony influencers aren't influencers at all, how they push their own agendas, how they try to hype up their audiences and fearmonger and all the rest. I just want you to take a listen to this from today. Cut 21, go.
And there are new numbers this morning showing something of a shift in how Americans are feeling about this. Carrie Hinton, here to help. What are you seeing in these numbers?
Yeah, I would say that this is, from at least a political point of view, quickly turning into a dud of a story. What am I talking about
Which
here?
is wild.
Which is wild. Which is,
this has been for 3 weeks.
Exactly. Take a look here. Google searches for Epstein down 89% versus just 3 weeks ago, falling through the floor. It is no longer the top term searched alongside Donald Trump's name. That's been trading off between Taros and Vladimir Putin, with obviously the meeting coming up later this week. But at this particular point, the American people's interest in this story, it's quickly becoming something of a nothing burger.
So out of sight, out of mind, maybe is applying here a little bit. But has it impacted? Have you seen numbers that have this has impacted Trump's popularity, favorability, anything?
No, not really. I mean, take a look here. Let's take a look at the overall numbers. Trump's approval rating in July of 2025, it was 45%. It's still well within that margin of error here at 44%. And you compare that to where he was in his first term at this point. He was at 37%. So he's 7 points higher, very much in a different political universe now, significantly higher in terms of his overall approval rating than he was at this point in his first term. And more than that, among Republicans, his approval rating is near a record high, hovering right at about that 90% mark. So no, he hasn't lost any of that base. And when it comes to that center of the electorate, he's basically holding on there, and his overall approval rating, 44%, is pretty gosh darn good for him considering where he was at this point in term number 1.
What do you think is behind it? Why there hasn't been more movement?
Yeah, why hasn't there been more movement? I think this is pretty simple. Take a look here. Nation's top issue is the Epstein case. This is the number of respondents. This isn't the percentage of respondents. This is the number of respondents. In our last CNN poll, look at this. 0 respondents said that the Epstein case was the top issue. How about among independents? 0 independents said that. And among Republicans, and therefore overall, just a single one. So yes, there used to be a lot of interest in this story, but the bottom line is that even amongst those who had high interest in this story, it wasn't something that they thought was all that important. And as I said at the beginning, the interest in this story has fallen off the table.
Which also, when you look at this and you compare it to just the attention that Capitol Hill was giving it, Donald Trump supporters were giving it, congressional committees were giving it, it is incongruous.
I would just say this. Donald Trump has some of the best political instincts of any politician I've seen. And on this particular issue, you see it full well and clear because he has been saying, you know, this is not an issue. And it turns out that a lot of the American public actually seem to agree with him.
And we're back live. And if you've been listening to this program, most of you have. Most of your longtime listeners, but even if you're a new listener over the last couple of months, I took that position right out of the box. Not because I'm Nostradamus.
Be right back.
But because you and I have a lot in common. I'm not trying to drive the news. I'm not trying to drive issues. We'll talk about them at length. If there's a history related to them, we'll get into history. If there's a philosophy related to them, we'll get into philosophy. But I tell you, every time, these phony influencers, many of whom are out of the closet, America haters, Jew haters, now Christian haters, don't follow them. Don't follow them. I don't care how big they say their podcasts are. I don't care if they used to be one of us. These are bad people, stupid people. We're pushing agendas that are not your agenda. They're not your agenda. And they stabbed President Trump in the back. And they're still doing it. They're still doing it. And their hope, beyond hope, is that the Epstein matter will turn into something. It's as if it was when our bombers, our stealth bombers, hit Iran, hit those nuclear sites and obliterate. You could almost feel like these individuals, many of whom I named, wanted us to fail because they wanted to be demonstrated to be right. It's as if they wanted us to fail. It's as if they want Hamas to win. It's as if they and the radical left media and the Islamists and the Muslims are now on the same page. These are bad people. These are stupid people. They're not your kind of people. They're simply not. And this is why I wanted to play this. The Epstein matter doesn't matter to anybody. If something is breaking that's going to come out of it, I guess we'll hear about it at some point. But what is the end game here? I said several weeks ago, the Obama-Hillary effort to destroy this republic and undermine the last election, that is in 2016, I should say, that's the big issue. And the Epstein matter, at least temporarily, was taking attention away from that. Now that issue is not going to go away, nor should it, because it involved the republic. Because it involved the republic. So none of this has had any impact on Donald Trump, any negative impact. So all those podcasters, and some of them who went to the White House, Mr. President, you got to get in front of this. It's going to kill you with the base. They do the same thing when it comes to Israel. You know, Mr. President, it's going to kill you. It's going to kill you with MAGA. 90% of Republicans support Donald Trump. 90%. 94% supported us hitting those nuclear bases. Does it get any bigger than that? The overwhelming majority of conservatives and Republicans support the state of Israel and despise Hamas. Despite all the static, despite all the reporting, and despite their hard anti-Semitism and Jew hatred, which goes along with their America hatred, which now goes along with their Christian hatred. I'll be right back.
Must love them.
It's Carrie's country. You're just living in it.
You can tell Carrie's in her element. These are her people. This is what she loves to do.
Carrie Underwood's own channel, featuring live performances, brand new music, and never before heard stories from the idol turned country icon.
You want to hear a variety. You don't want to hear the same songs. You want new things for your ear to gravitate toward.
Travel to Carrie's country anytime. Sirius XM Channel 60.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them 43.
Yeah, for sure, love one another.
House, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892. Optima Tax Relief. For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
In the pursuit of speed and playable distance, it is an overhaul of power. Someone on Nubia said he mentioned Oakland as well. Yes, he did. He mentioned Oakland. Oh, they're coming for it.
Senate, but they've got a very good shot to win back the House based on historical trends, and this could throw a big problem. Now, New York can't do it right now. They, as Hochul said in that interview over the weekend I was listening to, they're going to have the voters decide and have the voters. It's like a two-step process if they want to do this. They just can't immediately do it. So there are different rules in different states. Texas is within its rights, but obviously that caused a big controversy. And now you have the FBI tracking these Democrats down who fled the state. I don't know how they're tracking them down, but it's an ongoing saga. And it's going to come down. It could come down.
That's ENVITA.com.
Relocation experience. Compensation was not provided for strangers, so individual results may vary. Consult your physician.
We planned our investments well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
Don't they know they're sitting on a gold mine? Nope, they don't know that if you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Don't lapse or surrender your policy before finding out what it's worth. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-9200 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-9200. Call now.
At
Club Champion. The fitters are true masters of their craft. They undergo weeks of intense training before ever stepping into the fitting bay, ensuring every golfer gets a precise, personalized, and unmatched fitting experience. With over 65 brands at their fingertips, these experts help golfers of all levels unlock their potential. Better clubs mean better golf, and no one does custom fitting like Club Champion. Book your fitting today at clubchampion.com.
For the heavy-duty Mondays, the action-packed Sundays, and everything in between, only Blue Def products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure to keep your diesel truck running strong. And Blue Def Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems, so nothing stands between you and the day wherever it takes you. Count on America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid, Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum, guaranteed for what drives you.
Golfers over.
I'm trying to get a French fry and a Coke. McDonald's, if they're even open. Doesn't look like they are, though. We'll see. Looks like a DoorDasher standing by.
Take the free 5-minute assessment to get your answers at parforsuccess.com. That's par4success.com. Selling their home? On Ready.com, agents will pay you thousands up front just for the chance to sell your home. Because on Ready, agents compete. They put their money where their mouth is. Well, not really. You don't want agents with wallets in their mouths. But you get the idea. And when agents have money on the line, they sell your home for top dollar. So go to Ready.com, REDY.com, or call 888-515-READY.
Do you suffer from plantar fasciitis, back, knee, or hip pain? I'm Stu Sakowitz, owner and inventor of Pine Valley Orthotics. We hand make them in New Jersey, and thousands of golfers from all over the country have called to tell me how amazing they feel. $99, and if I can't make your pain go away, I will happily refund your money. Call me at 866-443-7463. I even answer my own phone. Or go to PineValleyOrthotics.com. Your feet will thank you as much as I do.
Sanctity of life, strong families.
We
are Sirius XM Patriots.
Channel 125.
Conservative principles live here.
Make America Great Again is the unification of all aspects of the Republican Party and beyond. People who've never been Republican and never voted Republican. There's really one man that's been able to pull this off, and that's Donald Trump. In the 1980s, there was really one man who was able to pull it off, and it was Ronald Reagan. I don't know what's going to happen after Donald Trump. I'm not prepared to say I'm for this one, that one, or the other one. We shall see. But you know, folks, we have certain values and principles, you and I, and we have every right to demand that public officials conduct themselves, or people who go public, in a way that we can tolerate and accept, share with our children, and embrace. Marjorie Taylor Greene is not one of them. Her district in Georgia is the most Republican district in the state. They can do a lot better than her, and I mean a lot better than her. The things that she says about people, the things that she does, stabbing of President Trump in the back, her obsessive hatred for the state of Israel and Jews generally. And then I'm reminded these things are said to me, even in her personal life, and I never talk about somebody's children, never, or family members. Her own conduct, that she's not alone. And it seems to me you and I have an obligation to the future of the country, to our cause, to call these people out and say we want nothing to do with it. Nothing. Whether you're at the left or the right. And the Daily Mail 2 years back, exclusive of Battle Hewitt and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The windchill's not bad. It's just a lot of humidity, so it's a little foggy. There's a couple of spots there, but the oil's good. I guarantee it. Cold. 2,300 miles on this engine. Oil change.
And of course, Matt Gates comes to her defense. Matt Gates has his own TV show on some network. Have you read the ethics report on that guy? The prostitutes and all the rest? No. He's out of Congress, so he can do whatever he wants. Right, he's gone. This woman is in such a Republican district, and unless the people in the district are really aware of her, my guess is she'll continue to get elected. The funny thing is, when you criticize her for her outrageous, disgusting bigotry and statements, she hides behind her constituents. Oh, you're attacking my constituents. Or her faith. Oh, you're attacking Christians. Nobody's attacking her constituents or Christians.
Yeah, this Mark Levin is fucking nuts.
On her. And what a disgrace she is. They're focused on Matt Gates.
Super Jew.
What a disgusting disgrace he is. And then we move on to Steve Bannon. Bannon is a convicted felon. He's confessed. He pled guilty. Ripping off a charity. That's what he did. And that's just the beginning of it. And we're supposed to say, oh, he's an influencer? Influencing who? Now, they interview each other, but these aren't MAGA. These aren't constitutional conservatives. And then, of course, there's Carlos. Day in and day out, Holocaust deniers, Israel haters, Jew haters, day in and day out. I don't know what's happened to this guy.
He's not a Holocaust denier. He just doesn't believe there was 6 million of these motherfuckers killed.
We can't rely on the Republican Party to do anything about this. These guys are scared. They're cowards. They don't call
1,300-mile check.
I have to call them out.
Holocaust, yeah. No, I believe there was a lot of Jews killed, but no, not 6 million.
Distance themselves from these people.
Sorry.
Just as the Democrat Party is responsible.
Don't believe it.
This country is for we the people. We're the sovereign. Not sleazeball politicians who put out slogans, who want you to believe that they are something that they're not. And
I believe Stalin and Mao killed more of them than they did. Here we go. Get an order. And stop.
Have a microphone.
Directions.
American hating.
Go. Wing stop.
Christian hating now. Christian hating individuals. They don't represent us. They're not part of MAGA. They're not part of constitutional conservatism. They're in their own world, ladies and gentlemen. That's their problem. That's their lane. And just because they don't wear robes and so forth doesn't mean they aren't what they are. I'll be right back.
Before the arenas,
6-piece lemon pepper, hot sunny rub, ranch,
there was a hometown.
5-piece
Now the Jonas
Cajun
Brothers
fried
tell that
corn,
story on a new
20-ounce soft drink. Kind of soft drink.
Nick and Kevin. This is Hometown Radio on Sirius XM. Hear their new album, Greetings from Your Hometown, and the songs that built the dream. We built this for you. Hometown Radio with the Jonas Brothers. For a limited time, Channel 79, and at home with the Sirius XM app.
Welcome to Myrtle Beach.
There's a deer in the back of that. Okay. See that? There's a deer in the back of that car. He's either poaching or he's fucking picking up roadkill. The fuck?
There is magic in a Myrtle Beach golf experience.
Guys see that deer carcass in the back of that fucking vehicle?
Ultimate golf getaway. Plan your trip today at playgolfmyrtlebeach.com. That's playgolfmyrtlebeach.com. It's a new year, and you've got an all-new.
Look at this.
But every golfer knows it's the right shaft that can really change your game by optimizing your.
No, he's got a city plate. It's got to be a roadkill.
Upgrade to the legendary feel and performance of the new Diamond.
This is sketchy as hell, man.
Driver shaft with your next purchase, or give it a try at your next bidding. Now available in 3 distinct profiles.
Can't read the plate because the tailgate's down, but it says city on the bottom of it.
MitsubishiGolf.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the.
8357.
Now there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health.
Yeah, nice little booty there, huh?
Starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like it better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
To
Oh, easy, homie. Where you at, Mr. Sentra? You switching lanes? Okay, then I'm moving up. Figure out what the fuck you're doing.
That's the sound of over $20 billion in new investments to produce EVs.
Idiot.
That's the silence of Michigan's new En-Road wireless charging system. Discover all the ways.
Oh, it didn't look like a roadkill. It looks like he shot that damn thing. I'm sorry. It just does not look bloated or anything. If it's a roadkill, it's a fresh roadkill. He's taking that home. Taking that home and hanging it. Hey, Monster Hog.
Celebrity Green's attention to detail and exceptional customer service. Learn how to create a
Look at the back of this.
green in your own backyard.
It's
Pros at Celebrity Greens 1-888-507-7960.
OZ8053.
Hi, I'm Joe Perillo with JoePerillo.com. We know many of you are searching for just that
City plate.
luxury vehicle.
And got a deer in the back. It looks like he's trying to cover it with shit too.
You can browse our huge selection of curated luxury vehicles. JoePerillo.com is based in Chicago, but we ship cars.
Got his lights going and stuff. His little safety lights going for no reason.
Perillo, or dial 312 BMW 1111. That's 312 BMW.
That could be.
1111.
Could be a good lick.
BMW 1111.
Hey, employers.
Some nice back straps there. Usually that's all you want to cut off a fresh roadkill is the back straps.
Approach. Wouldn't it be nice to offer a major network option for the executives who can afford higher premiums and deductibles while offering
He
a
took the whole thing.
significantly lower cost medical plan for most of your employees? Well, cheer up. Now you can.
I mean, as fucking hot as it is here, that's got to be fresh.
Stop being a by offering a plan your employees can no longer afford. Visit claimdoc.com to learn more. Call for Byron.
I mean, it is cooled off now. It's down to 77, but it was hot as fuck today for here. For here, I say. I'm not trying to compare to you Texas boys.
The Byron Nelson collection features timeless high-performance apparel made for anyone who loves modern comfort and classic style.
Got his old city blinkers going, though.
Feel good and maybe even play better with Byron Nelson apparel. Sold at fine golf shops nationwide and online at ByronNelsonGolf.com. Call 1-877-CARS for kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donations to Green
Turning.
Car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Yeah, he's taking that home.
Channel 125.
No, I get that, but I mean, you don't know unless you hit it or you saw it get hit. If you don't know how long it's been there, dude, you don't want nothing near the gut. You know, that's all I'm saying. No, I believe me. You know, I want to take as much as I can, but I don't want to get sick. Sniff test. Well, I guess that'll work. But then it kind of depends on whether or not they busted their balls when you hit them. And then you don't want to do no sniff test. Ah, fuck. This fucking piece of shit car here. I'm gonna hop the curb a little bit because I got the tires to do it. As long as he doesn't hit me backing out, I don't give a fuck. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Go get us some fucking wings. We got some wings.
So he comes to the defense of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like this.
This bag. I want the hot bag. Hot bag. Hot bag.
It's really, as I say, we really have to. You and I have to clean up this mess. We do. this guy Gates is a key. And Marjorie Taylor Greene has lost substantial percentage of the vote in the district she's in from the person who used to hold the seat. And she still gets like 60, 65, 63, 64%, but it is a heavily Republican district. But the person who she replaced because he retired used to get in the 70s. And so what? Then she goes around acting like she represents MAGA. That's an embarrassment. She has nothing to do with the 77 million individuals who voted for President Trump. Nothing. Nothing. Zero. And you got another guy who knows his way around prison pretty well, this guy back. The guy pled guilty. And that was only one of his offenses. Apparently there was some kind of charity set up to build a southern wall, and he and some other guy, well, he pled guilty to fraud. And he just has a podcast out there, you know. Does he call it the Fraud Room? Something like that. I'm not trying to pick on these people. I'm trying to make a point. I know everything I say here, the lib media picks up and runs with and puts a stupid headline on, because that's how Dan Abrams conducts himself. Dan Abrams is a thoroughly stupid man who plays all sides of the aisle, pretends he's a news guy, then he opens a restaurant. His sister is a federal judge appointed by Obama. He pretends to be a serious lawyer, news guy, and yet he is the Jerry Springer of court TV and all the rest of that crap. He's a real number, put it that way. Then you ought to see the people who write him up are mediocre. Most of them not awesome.
It's an easy one.
I have a conservative here or there. Isaac Short, the media, sort of gossipy crap. But none of that matters.
All right, let's get the fluck out of here.
You can't follow false idols like this just because they're the biggest mouth, just because they interview each other. We can't fall for their anti-Americanism, their isolationism, their Jew hatred, their Israel hatred, and now trashing Christians and Churchill and giving platforms to the crazy bastards that are out there. Because that's what's happening. You can see they have no real influence. You can say they had no real influence on the Epstein thing. To a man and a woman and an in-between. This is going to destroy the Trump presidency. MAGA is not going to tolerate it, especially young MAGA. Younger than 30. It's going to ruin it. It's going to tear it apart. Nobody gives a crap. The guy killed himself, and I hate to say this, but good, based on what he did. And maybe there's something out there we'll learn. It'll be interesting and so forth, but we have a country to save. We have a country to promote and advance. You can't allow these grifters to drive an agenda, and you're not. Apparently, you just don't give a crap about it anymore. But they still do. A couple of them over at the White House telling the staff over there, you know, it's a big deal. Oh, yes. Mr. President's a big deal. You better get in front of it. Meanwhile, what the president did today was, in my view, fantastic. He's a remarkable man, this president. Stop listening to the phone influencers. They are a grotesque group.
Well, it's going to put me on the freeway. Take me into the city. Oh, shit.
He sees what's going on in Washington, D.C., and of course the Washington, D.C. establishment keeps lying about it. What are you talking about here? Murder rate's down. We only had 187 last year. Yeah, okay. Well, that was your mother or father, your son or daughter, your wife or husband, would be only 187.
This is a fucking shit order. I'm gonna be pissed.
Not the DC to DC, but DC to the other cities. Sure. This is our nation's capital. Plus, under our Constitution, it's a federal city. Maryland and Virginia gave up land. Were required to break this city. Eventually, Virginia got its back because they didn't need it. And this is a federal city where the federal government sits. The thinking correctly back then was we can't have a local government or a statewide government oversee where the White House is or will be, the Congress serves, or the Supreme Court serves. It has to be a federal enclave. So they call it the District of Columbia. In the 1970s, really, pretty much under Nixon, they began to try home rule, and it's expanded ever since. And so you have this radical left city council, crazy asses, just nuts. And then you have this incompetent boob who's the mayor. Who's the mayor? The problem. And they're saying, well, look, the murder rate's gone down since last year, and since 5 years ago, whatever they're saying. Not that matters. That's not the right comparison, in my view. The White House.
Cincy Crab. That's a new place. Seafood and bar.
Anybody can read it. Washington,
That used to be a big boy.
A pride and patriotism for the
Now
American
it's a Cincy
people.
Crab.
Here are the facts. In 2024, saw a homicide rate of 273 per. I'm reading this right. My eyesight. No, 27.3 per 100,000 residents. That was the fourth highest homicide rate in the country, nearly 6 times higher than New York City, also higher than Atlanta, Chicago, and Compton, of all places, Chicago. If Washington, D.C. was a state, it would have the highest homicide rate of any state in the nation. You won't hear this from the media. In 2012, the homicide rate in Washington, D.C. was just 13.9 per 100,000. Now it's 27.3. Its murder rate is roughly 3 times higher than that of Islamabad, Pakistan, 18 times higher than communist-run Havana, Cuba. The number of juveniles arrested in Washington has gone up each year since 2020, many of whom had prior arrests for violent crimes. There were nearly 30,000 crimes reported in Washington last year, including almost 3,500 violent offenses, over 1,000 assaults with a dangerous weapon, over 2,000 robberies, over 5,000 motor vehicle thefts. I'd say that's a lot. So far this year, there have already been 1,600 violent crimes, nearly 16,000 total crimes. There have been nearly 100 homicides, including the fatal shootings of innocent civilians, like 3-year-old Honesty Chubb and 21-year-old Capitol Hill intern Eric Tarpinian Giant. Very little has been talked about that guy, that poor young man, the intern. Vehicle theft in Washington D.C. is more than 3 times the national average, ranking it almost the most dangerous city among the most dangerous cities in the world. Carjackings increased 547% between 2018 and 2013. In 2023. In 2024, last year, there were triple the number of carjackings compared to 2018. These statistics are not only troubling on their own, they also likely significantly understate the level of crime in Washington. Metropolitan Police Department leadership are allegedly cooking the books to make crime statistics appear more favorable. Many residents don't feel safe reporting crime. More than half of all violent crime in the U.S. goes unreported in the first place. WUSA-TV, the local station, they said D.C. residents voiced frustration over rising violence, questioning police stats, and demanding real action to make neighborhoods feel safe again. Cooking the books, what do you mean, Mark? I'll tell you what I mean. This was local news, NBC, Channel 4. D.C. police commander, this is from this July, suspended, accused of changing crime statistics. So do tell. The D.C. police commander is under investigation for allegedly making changes in crime statistics in his district. Metropolitan Police Department confirmed he was placed on paid administrative leave mid-May. That happened just a week after he filed an equal employment opportunity complaint against an assistant chief. The police union accused the department of deliberately falsifying crime data, according to 3 law enforcement sources familiar with the complaint.
Motherfucker's going to cover both lanes.
Whatever they do, they better not hire people from the Census Bureau to help them, Mr. Producer. It's funny how all these so-called independent entities apparently have a real problem with arithmetic. All right. So there's real crime, dangerous, violent crime in Washington, D.C. And people try to stay out of the streets at night. This is the truth. And right around the Capitol building, in Lafayette Park, with people being violently attacked. Around their convention center, which used to be a very nice area, people are told to stay away. But don't worry, the media tell us. Don't worry, the Democrats tell us. Don't worry, the people responsible for keeping the city safe, the mayor, tell us that it's overstated. Now, what has President Trump done in response to this? I'll explain when we return. We'll be right back.
Mark Le Pen.
Hey Daddy, this is Alex Cooper. The SiriusXM app is your home for all things Unwell. Live, exclusive channels from me and my friends, Unwell Music. The latest episodes of your favorite podcasts. Amy's Monica Lewinsky, Christine Harrison, welcome hello, and more live, unfiltered conversations for the girls. We're gonna leave this. Who was it? Why? Just search Unwell in the SiriusXM app.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Struggling with toe fungus? Grow! Kick up the curve with Tiniocide. That's right, Tiniocide is your ultimate solution for fast-acting relief. Fungus doesn't stand a chance against Tiniocide by Dr. Blaine. Don't believe me? Then trust our 100% money-back guarantee. You'll see results in as little as 2 days. Pull into a Walmart store now and reach for the box with the nail clippers on the outside. Grab your Tiniocide and take the first step toward healthier feet today. Remember, for quick and effective relief, it's Tiniocide. Available at Walmart right on the bottom shelf in the foot care aisle.
It's not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent.
At Lenseek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lenseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry, owner of Life Source Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine and microplastics. At Life Source, we believe your water should support your family's health. Our whole house system delivers filtered water from every tap, even your showers. For over 40 years, we've proudly built every system right here in the USA. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply. With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto.
at low cost. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC or SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Navigating life stages, Caring Transitions offers and we offer a compassionate, individualized approach that provides comprehensive solutions. Estate sales, our experts will list your items on our exclusive online platform, CT Bids, preserving memories and keeping your family's best interests at heart. And for those tough cleanouts, we're here to help. Visit CaringTransitions.com. Caring Transitions, embracing new beginnings with confidence.
We are Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125.
This is unconstitutional, what they're doing in D.C. here. No, it's not. But have you heard people talk like this in the media and you wonder if they're right or not? Now, your gut tells you, your intuition tells you they're wrong. They must be wrong. They're left-wing reporters who are always wrong. Maybe you heard one of these influencers who influence nobody but their friends. That you shouldn't take what they have to say. You shouldn't take their word. That's why I'm so excited that Hillsdale College is offering a brand new free online course called The Federalist. The Federalist Papers, as you know, were written primarily by Hamilton and Madison. And I'm very excited about this, Hamilton and Madison. Together they explained how the United States Constitution established a government strong enough to secure the rights of citizens and safe enough to wield that power. Hillsdale's online course on The Federalist includes 10 lectures, each about 30 minutes long. You can take the course at your own pace. There's no cost to sign up. Go right now to levinforhillsdale.com, Levin for Hillsdale.com, and you can sign up there right away. You know you're going to love it. That's levinforhillsdale.com to enroll. There's no cost. Easy to get started. Levin for Hillsdale.com. I strongly encourage you to give it a shot. Let's go with cut 16. The President of the United States today. Go. I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States. I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. So already, and I predicted this, I posted this on all the social sites, that the left would say this is dictatorial, he's this and he's that and the other. There's nothing dictatorial about this. That section of the D.C. Home Rule Act was passed by Congress. The fact that the city is a federal city is in the Constitution. The oversight of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department is also authority granted to the president when he deems their emergency, and of course he has control over the National Guard that can be used to back up the police. There's absolutely nothing unconstitutional, lawless about any of this. The problem is what's going on in the nation's capital. Nation's capital is where our national government is centered, purpose. All three branches of government. When people can't be safe in our nation's capital, then the federal government is at risk. And so the president, I'm sure he'd rather not do this. He's trying to resolve this now. What he's doing is a good thing for the people of the District of Columbia. A city that's like 90 some odd % Democrat. That has never voted for him and never will. That will never vote for Republican. And I believe is a majority black even. So what he's doing is he's bringing security and protection to the people of the District of Columbia, unlike the radical kook city council and the incompetent mayor.
Order whenever you're ready. I'm listening.
They have a DoorDash for 2 people.
Please say the name on your pickup order and proceed to the window.
Thomas B. and Natasha P. Look at this guy out here.
I'd like to see a white paper or whatever color you prefer, laying out specifically.
Yeah, we're in a good area here. Oh, yeah.
In the city. Wouldn't you like to see that, Mr. Producer? I would like to see how the food chain works, who the employees would be, how they're going to price things, how they're going to make sure there's enough food on the shelves. I would like to know where they're located. I want to know all of it. That's just one little fraction of what he wants to take over. I'd love to see it, but we won't, will we? I'll be right back.
You know what doesn't make a great cigar? Marketing fluff. Like
Let's listen to
buzzwords
the
of
fucking
long
scanner.
memo, not your
This has got to be good.
Or some sketchy warehouse where
Where we're
cigars are drier than your boss's sense of humor. At Famous Smoke, we've been family owned since 1939. We're not just cigar fans, we're cigar obsessed.
We're on the
Call us
south
burn
side.
rate junkies, draw test nerds, humidity control freaks. We're the kind of people who know the difference between a great cigar and a rolled up regret. That's why we offer thousands of premium brands and rare finds. Stored
805, they're not actively trying to force entry anymore. They're trying to leave.
Yes, sir.
It's committed burglary, right? Like they did force entry already.
I got my burner already set right up to grab.
I'm not sure. The mail originally said that they were breaking in and now that they're trying to leave in a black SUV.
Okay, we can slow down. Cruise.
Copy that. All cruising orders taken immediate. 820. 830. 830 immediate. 830, do you copy? They're with someone out here. They're with them. Copy that. Do you guys want the air? Hey, guys. Yeah, good to see you for a second. Air's close to Norwich.
Who do you have?
I got two, Natasha P. and Thomas B. Scanner's quiet, so we'll go back to the music or the Mark Levin.
To make and outcompete rival models, Ford CEO Jim Farley unveiled a new EV strategy at the company's Louisville assembly plant. The factory will be revamped to manufacture electric vehicles after producing gas-powered vehicles for decades. Ford says the first EV vehicle to roll off the assembly line will be a mid-sized four-door electric truck that's set to debut in 2027. John Scott reported. A senator and presidential hopeful from Colombia has died after being shot at a political rally 2 months ago. 39-year-old Miguel Uribe was shot 3 times while giving a speech. He had been in intensive care. More on these stories at townhall.com. The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management. Hi, my name's Neil. I have some advice for you if you've been trying to break free from credit card debt. You can start by doing what I did. Get your bills together and call Trinity Debt Management. Trinity is dedicated to helping people like me become debt-free. When I called, my first experience was a feeling of relief. My counselor was kind, and best of all, she didn't judge me. In just a few minutes, she helped me figure out a plan that consolidated all my bills into one lower monthly payment. This substantially reduced my high interest rates and put me on the road to success. In the end, I saved thousands in interest, and today my credit card debt is a thing of the past. If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976. My name is Neil. Take it from someone who's been there. Call Trinity and become debt-free for keeps. 1-800-990-6976. Ben Thomas reports on a deadly blast in Pennsylvania. Explosion hit the Clareton Coat Works Monday morning. A U.S. steel plant south of Pittsburgh.
There is one deceased as of right now, and now a total of 10 injured.
Victor Joseph with the Allegheny County Police said emergency crews were searching for a missing worker. U.S. Steel Scott Picanto says other employees
safely shut down all of the gases and utilities, and the plant is stable. But as I said, it is still an active investigation.
I'm Ben Thomas.
And late word now says another body has been found. So 2 people have died in that blast. School district officials releasing text messages, personnel files, and records of the shooter from that attack in Uvalde, Texas 3 years ago. That left 19 students and 2 teachers dead. The release follows a major legal battle. Breaking news and analysis, townhall.com.
You know what I love about the country that we have, in addition to it being the longest running constitution in the history of nations, that we have peaceful transfers of power. And contrary to any narratives that might be spun in any media environment, Americans truly appreciate the opportunity to elect new people to office at every level, from your mayor all the way up to the president of the United States.
Stacy on the Run, night starting at 9 p.m. Eastern on Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125. Conservative principles live here.
Is your business struggling to balance your workforce with project demands? Controlling expenses while maintaining day-to-day operations is tricky. The Specialized Recruiting Group provides professional contractors to flex up for peak seasons without increasing your full-time staff. Go to srgpros.com right now to get the expert contractors you need. Specialized Recruiting Group, a better way to manage your professional workforce. Go to srgpros.com right now to get started. Introducing the all-new standard in golf travel from Club Glove. The best just got better with the re-engineered Club Glove Traveler. The #1 golf travel bag on tour, including more clubhead padding, built-in TSA-approved black, and the strongest ballistic fabric they've ever used. Explore the all-new gear today at clubglove.com. And for a limited time, use code XM25 at checkout and get a complimentary gift with your purchase. That's code XM25 at clubglove.com today.
Bob's a financial professional who's currently enjoying a win-win scenario.
meeting with a valued client, and enjoying a round of golf. But Bob's used to win-win scenarios because he works with Mass Mutual, who not only provides the freedom and flexibility to offer his clients products and solutions that meet their needs, they offer Bob the autonomy, compensation, and optional home office support that meet his. Win-win. Success for your clients and yourself. The feeling is Mass Mutual. Learn more at massmutual.com/wealthmanagement.
He's here. Now broadcasting from the underground time post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
What has been the day doing, begging?
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number.
From what I hear, it's actually pretty profitable.
3811-877-3811. Dana Bash works at CNN,
Finally.
which has literally so few viewers. It's an embarrassment. She is an embarrassment in and of herself. Very stupid. Very stupid. And most of them are, by the way. And so the president, he's talking about the dangers in the city and we need to take steps to try and deal with this and so forth.
On this address.
But I want you to listen to how Dana Bash responds today on the Constipated News Network. Cut 20, go.
I should note that the most violent moment in recent history in D.C. was January 6th. And it was an attack on the United States Capitol by a lot of people who were doing it in the name of Donald Trump. And it included, the people who were hurt included members of the Congress.
Clearly, it was not the most violent day, but you see, this is a woman.
Cop following me.
Who is a political thug, a left-wing goon. And I'm going to further demonstrate that. They come in different sizes, different genitalia, and so forth and so on. That was the most violent day in Washington, D.C., she said. The only person who was killed was a veteran, who was a protester. She was killed by a blind shot that went through the door and killed her. And this is the best Dana Bash can do. This is the same Dana Bash over the weekend who was slobbering all over Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, we've demonstrated here beyond a doubt, who's a coward who won't come here, is a Stalinist and a very dangerous man. Very dangerous man. And I want you to listen to how she treats him, because they keep bringing him on CNN and MSNBC, despite the fact that he's a Stalinist. And despite the fact that Stalin murdered millions. Despite the fact that Marxists have murdered 100 million.
Hey, dank is fucking up in there. They're smoking that good shit up in there.
Cut 6, volume up, America. Cut 6. This was yesterday, Sunday, on CNN, and this is Dana Bash. Cut 6, go.
Something that I'm sure you have seen, a Gallup poll. Did you see this Gallup poll?
Yeah.
And what the Gallup poll found was that you are one of the most widely admired Americans.
University Hills from here. Wow.
You want me to declare my candidacy for Pope?
I don't think that you're eligible for a lot of reasons.
126.
I watched you tonight. I've watched you for a very, very long time. You're obviously still full of vigor and intensity for the things that you're passionate about and have been for decades. Is there another presidential run?
You hear this, folks? You hear this? I am going to be 84 years of age next month, as a matter of fact. So I think that speaks for itself. No, I don't think so. It is. This is who they are. This is how they're out of the closet now. They're out of the closet. And Sanders is asked about the starving of Palestinians in Gaza. And Bernie Sanders is a vile, poisonous, vicious, self-hating Jew. He was born a Jew. He's always hated his faith. He's always hated the state of Israel. He went to a kibbutz that was Stalinist. He's always praised the most genocidal leaders of communist states until it becomes impossible for him to continue to do so, like when he decided the first time to run for president. But he praised Chavez in Venezuela. He praised Castro. He praised Noriega, Nicaragua. As you know, his association in Moscow, when the Soviet Union was in charge. This guy's out of the closet red. He is a red. You understand what I'm saying? He's a commie. And so they keep pushing him on TV. But listen to this. Cut 4. Dana Bash was also Jewish. I believe her father's a rabbi. It could be wrong, but I doubt it. Go ahead.
Would you say Hamas has some culpability in people starving?
No.
Why?
So stop right there.
So much money.
Excuse me. Stop right there. Says no. No, Hamas doesn't have any responsibility. I'm going to need you to start at the top, Mr. Producer. No, Hamas doesn't have any responsibility. No. So when I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that these people actually support Hamas and terrorists against Israel, probably against us too, I'm not kidding. It's true. Cut 4, go.
Would you say Hamas has some culpability in people starving?
No.
Why? When they spend so much money building tunnels and everything under.
So right now, what is going on is a slaughter, right? And right now, Israel is, with few exceptions, is in control of the military situation. It is not Hamas. Hamas is a terrible.
See, this is where you interrupt a guy like this and say, no, wait a minute. Hamas is controlling the food. We have a UN report. Now, last week, it was 87% of all the UN trucks were being hijacked. Yesterday, it's 88% of all UN trucks are being hijacked. That's when you actually know something, you intervene. You say, no, wait a minute, before he does his filibuster. See, I'm talking about the food trucks and so forth. You say Israel has military control, but Hamas won't release the hostages, in which case this would all come to an end. But he won't say that. Or that Hamas and their ilk of the militia there are hijacking the trucks, almost 9 out of every 10. But he won't say that. That Hamas is executing people, executing them, when they seek food outside the chain that Hamas controls. He won't say that. He won't say any of it. He's the one that went to the floor of the Senate last week, or the week before last, and then it was last week, with those resolutions to cut off all aid to Israel. He did that. He's a Marxist. And this is why I tell you the Marxists and the Islamists work side by side. He's close to Talib. He's close to Omar. He has no affinity for the Jewish faith or the Jewish people, or for that matter, the American people. I'm being quite honest. None. He's the worst kind of Marxist. Now, I want to get into this a little bit more with you. I want you to have a mental placeholder where we are on this, what this man just said. We'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
If you're a small business owner, does this sound familiar? You finished the job. You sent the invoice. Net 30, right? So why are you still waiting to get paid? That's where Swish Funding comes in. Swish gives you fast, flexible funding based on your revenue, not your credit score. To qualify, just be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000. Funds in as little as 48 hours. See if you qualify at swishfunding.com. That's swishfunding.com.
It's time to dream big and book that.
Thomas.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Get your drink. You have a good night.
You too.
Right back to Checkers. Everybody's ordering from Checkers. I think that's all that's open. Hey, Fallon, what's up? Going the wrong way. Maybe.
/save. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months and equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Hey, are you interested in Bitcoin but scared of the volatility and the potential downside?
That
You don't
out?
need to be. My name's Grant Cardone, CEO of Cardone Capital, where we buy best-in-class real estate and combine it with Bitcoin while still maintaining positive cash flow. Our investors get all the benefits of real estate with the explosive upside of Bitcoin. Discover Cardone Capital's real estate Bitcoin fund for the first of its kind. Go to CardoneCapital.com. That's CardoneCapital.com.
Past performance is not a guarantee of future results. All investments carry risk, including loss of principal. Projections are estimates and may differ materially. Consult your advisor. Full disclosure at CardoneCapital.com.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future. As
Left at Albuquerque.
Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
Navigating the professional job search is hard. You know the perfect job is out there. You're just not sure how to find it. Let Specialized Recruiting Group help find a role that fits. With companies that are hiring now. Get started at srgpros.com. Specialized Recruiting Group offers a path to contract and full-time roles. Take the next step in your career at srgpros.com. That's srgpros.com.
Where's that pizza place, though?
You know what doesn't make a great cigar? Marketing fluff, gimmicks, or some sketchy warehouse where the cigars are drier than your boss's sense of humor. At Famous Smoke, we've been family-owned since 1939, and we're obsessed with getting cigars right. Shop thousands of premium brands and rare finds, packed fresh and shipped fast. Go to FamousSmoke.com and use code SMOKE for $20 off when you spend $99 or more. Real cigars, real experts, FamousSmoke.com. Code SMOKE.
Freedom of speech. The Second Amendment. We are Sirius XM Patriot. Channel 125. Conservative principles live here.
By the way, my buddy Gohmert, hold on here 1 second. It's Louis Gohmert. Says when touring the D.C. jail, the most prominent poster that was put up all over the different floors and wings of the jail was encouraging inmates to register and vote. The assistant warden was so proud to introduce me to the first D.C. councilman to be elected while being an inmate at the D.C. jail. He attended the D.C. council meetings online from jail. That sound like a good idea? We miss our buddy Louis Gohmert, don't we? I was telling you about Bernie Sanders. He's treated like a nice old man. He's not a nice old man. He's a disgusting buffoon. He's done great damage to this country. Another one who's never held a private job in his life. He's going to be 84 years old.
Yeah, I should be asleep, too. I took a nap earlier, though.
Something to you from my book on power.
Now I'm delivering DoorDash while carrying.
Woodrow Wilson, remember him? He was an early American Marxist, the late 1800s. You know, he was a professor before he moved into politics. Let's see here. Gotta fix my computer. Woodrow Wilson and others insisted that a complete break from the past in the United States is required, a blank slate upon which to design this new governing blueprint. In this way, they were mimicking Karl Marx. At first, Wilson could not decide if this was best accomplished through an all-powerful president or judiciary. He eventually settled on what he considered the most obvious and certain means by which to accomplish this outcome, the judiciary. What better means to achieve the progressive ends, he believed, than the careful selection and appointment of the ideological soulmates who serve for life without any effective method for public accountability. But he goes on, the entire premise for this revolution, this Marxist revolution, is not, for example, as Marx and others predicted and hoped, to foment a bottom-up movement, that is, the oppressed proletariat overthrowing the oppressor bourgeoisie. For in much of the Western world, and certainly in America, the public do not seek such a violent revolution. In fact, in America and elsewhere, there is no popular will to overthrow the existing society. And on the contrary, the people have and are prepared to fight and die for their country. Thus, out of necessity was...
Copy that. Last name Jameson.
Welcome to Rallies. What can I get for you?
DoorDash for Jordan A.
Please say the name on your pickup order and proceed to the window.
This is the parking lot. It's going to be a hot plate. Kino Sam 1680. On a silver Chevy Malibu. We should be all set.
Out of this bit, King Ocean Sam 1680, Silver Chevy Malibu.
Jordan A.
Yep.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Two barrels. Right back to campus. We're just delivering fucking food to a bunch of rich college kids.
Dave 11.
521 Eddie.
Eddie.
Yeah, it's a checkers slash rallies. I don't know if you have them around where you're at.
One to the county. 967.
They actually have the drive-thru on both sides there. There's no inside. It's all drive-thru. But you could walk up. There is a walk-up window up front. 142. Damn, killing it. I think this is the first week a bunch of the students are back, so that's why we're having all these. They actually begged me all day. I got so many notifications to try and work the late night shift tonight, so I got a little bit of shut eye. Well, both. A little bit of both. I go by GPS and what I know. I use Waze. They have the app has an internal navigation, but it won't work with the car. I use the Waze on the car's monitor. So yeah, you can do either way. You can use Waze, you can use Google Maps, or you can use the in-app navigation, the little DoorDash navigation. Thing is, if you use the DoorDash navigation, it monitors your speed and everything too. It can even tell if you have sudden stops. You know, if you fuck up, it can't tell if you're using one of the secondary apps. But yeah, I use Waze. I use Waze more than Google Maps just because Waze knows more about like road closures and stuff like that. You still run into issues sometimes. I've only had 2 late deliveries because of mapping issues. One, I actually had to have the customer meet me out like in a perimeter of a neighborhood and like driver. She's like, "Well, can you just hand it to me here?" I'm like, "No, I gotta actually drive to your address." She's like, "Well, follow me then." So I had to follow her into the neighborhood, and then it was still late. 1:30 is when 1:30 Eastern time is when I start getting premium pay though, extra $5 per order. So this will be my last regular pay order. $5 plus the regular delivery fee plus tips. So.
Here's open.
Yeah, I'm in the hood though, so that's why I'm carrying.
421, we're gonna have traffic at Front and Licking.
This is actually not a student area here. This is taking me into a good spot here.
It is a New Mexico plate. Sorry, Arizona. Adam Mary 70.
Well, they estimate, you know, how long it should take you to get there, depending on, you know, and they throw a few minutes on top of it. But if you can't find a place, or you know, I had one that on that order in particular, fucking the mapping was actually taking me the wrong way down a one-way street. So I was, finally just pulled over and called the customer. It's like, yo, I can't find you. Most of the time, it's not hard. I mean, I've done a couple hundred orders, and I've only had issues with 2 of them. So, what's the address here? 1952. 425 feet up on the right. And I got a nice Olight flashlight. What sucks is the idiots that don't put their porch light on for you, which seems to be more than half. like this one. I'm gonna pull over here. It's gonna be one of these houses here, but it's so fucking dark. I mean, there is a porch light there, but oof. Let's try and find this fucker. I'll be right back. We'll just tuck the bird on my back. And you get fucking complete assholes like this guy. No fucking tip. You don't know there's no tip till the end, which kind of blows. First one I've had no tip tonight.
710 Threat emerge 1673 Avondale Avenue. We had a male caller quietly asking for police and was answering any further questions. 1673 Avondale 710.
Ah, 2 hours is too far. No, at the most about 40 minutes. But I mean, I drive into the area where I work and then drive to my house. I can pick up. Or actually, my house is on the edge of the. It's right on the western edge of it. So if I go, I generally when I leave my house, I go live instantly because you never know. Those orders you pick up out by my house, they usually tip pretty good. It's fucking the ghetto ones like this one, fucking no tip for shit. Wingding Express is where I'm going now. 2 items. Let's see. Got a 20-piece and fried pickles. Fried pickles. Oh shit. Cops are gonna be there. Oh, this guy's picking up the scooters to the left here. Oh, that's cool. Oh, he's got them all charged. He's leaving them out. Right here. This guy right here. He's dropping off all the scooters for the area. A little Penske van there. little municipal scooters that they have, electric ones. That's kind of cool, actually. Wondering how you get that job. Say he probably rents that van to do it. That's probably how you got to do it, like rent a U-Haul or a van, Penske van like that. Scoop them up, charge them up, drop them off. I don't know. I don't see the price of it. I just know how much I'm getting. I know how much I'm getting for the delivery. I just don't know what the tip is. And unless I have to use my electronic card, normally it's paid before I get there. $140. It's my arrival time. I'm supposed to pick this up by 1:44. So yeah, my GPS says I'll be there at 1:40. It's got to be picked up by 1:44. Now, if I run into a delay or something like that, a road closure or something like that, there's a button I can click so I don't get gigged for being late. But it only lets you use those so many times.
That call back went straight to voicemail, but if you have a code if you wanted to call up. Yes, sir. Those callbacks went straight to voicemail, but we do have a code if you wanted to call up. We can give it to you. Hey.
But I'll find out how much the wingdings are. I think I got to go in here. Doesn't look like they have a drive-through. Oh, look, it's green where. Okay, the opposite way.
Felix says that her father, Paul Ladder, took off in a 2017 black Toyota with a Michigan plate and a medical delivery sign on it. Says he was intoxicated with a pistol in the vehicle. Has passed without thoughts, but nothing today. White male, born in 76, wearing a black or red shirt. 1053 Nebraska 77.
This is stupid. I should take the left. Left arrow's red. There's nobody here. But my luck, there'll be a cop behind me. Being a dickhead. Let's exit. Entrance. There is a drive-through. Oh, shit.
Can I help you?
William E.
Yeah, just so you need like 40 seconds.
Five Norris. So fried pickles and 20 piece. So 40 seconds, which will get me picked up just in time.
Going to be going up to Central.
I'm going to put it on Central Radio.
You could actually say it for us. 205 310 113 511. You can either 205 310
Yeah, yeah.
113 511. So much want to use it on the air.
No, Billy wants wingy.
Once want to use it on the air.
William E. And so it's Billy. Billy wants wingy and fried pickles. Uh-oh.
Here's Pearson 141.
Oh, they cleared it. Okay.
4121. Here's one.
Those are all East Side cars. I should stay on the South Side. I'm going to hear all these East Side calls, so I'm not going to be over there. I'm going to get jealous. Let's go back to South. Ooh. It's like he's bagging it up right now. Sweet. He's double bagging it. What a good guy. Man. He takes care of his customers.
Hey, sir.
Okay, brother, bring the first bag. Be careful, it's a sauce on it.
Okay, let's go on the floor then.
Second bag, please confirm and have a beautiful night.
Let's get the receipt.
Just take a picture of the bag.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, brother.
Yep. And directions. And we go into 4 miles away.
UT32, code 35 mile on the disorder at Kodak Hall.
There's lots of sauce on the chicken, so I put that bitch on the floor. I got the weather text on the floor, so I ain't gonna fuck it up. Delivered by 156. ETA is 153. Nice. Well, it was actually, yeah, I did. I got a Ford Maverick hybrid. I used to have a Chevy Trailblazer, and it was actually black. But it seemed gray because it was dirty all the time. Some bitch had 135,000 miles on it. Actually, my son's got it now. Gave it to him. But yeah, it's Ford Maverick, brand new. Only got 2,300 miles on it. Working on 24 tonight. This gets really good gas mileage though, so it's perfect for this type of extra gig work. Oh, lights, dude, no lights. You're gonna get pulled over. That's the Relics I've been 2-3 times. No, the beggar's back out there too. This dude's fucking ripped. Oh yeah, I do. That's like the thumbnail. If you go to my, well, you're on my YouTube. Yeah, if you go to my YouTube page, it's like one of the the videos right there on the front, on the homepage. It's still pretty popular, so it stays up front. Yeah, I don't work for that staffing company anymore. Actually, making better money doing this than I did there. Fuck that asshole. That was too much fucking stress, bullshit to deal with for the money. Yeah, she put that fucking Fago orange pop all over the front of my car. And I don't even think she knew it was mine. I think she was just being a bitch when she left. My car just happened to be parked right there at the fucking door. Drunk Vegas, yeah. Drunk or something else. That's a lot of options there. This is like downtown, almost. Up at Adams Street. The bars will be shutting down pretty soon. Definitely in the hood. I went from the student housing area to the fucking the ghetto. Nope, there's a kappa. There's a kappa. Piggy piggy. Oh, this is definitely central though. I need to switch over. I'm in Central's area. There's another piggy. Oh shit, what happened? Lost my directions. Oh, I'm going straight here. Sorry. Go ahead, homie. I'm actually gonna follow you. He's gonna think I'm following him. Oh, we got no plate. He definitely thinks I'm following him now. Yeah, this is where me and Toe run around when we're doing cop watching. This is usually a pretty active area. I don't think it will be on a Monday. Thank goodness.
What was David? Does that call have real still need a David, we can do a callback. Well, funny, we can show up around for that call. I see you now.
1315. Hey, they actually have their porch light on. This is actually a decent looking neighborhood here. A little gem in the middle of the hood. All right, I'll be right back.
More twenty. That customer's still going to be out there begging for money to rising customers. What's like that?
I'm gonna start scrutinizing my next couple calls. This is another zero tip. Fucking son of a bitch. All right.
You sure about you? I see.
Piece of shit, man.
Pardon message on 1550 Brook Park Drive. 2153. What's funny about that? I see. Full of it. Truth off for sure. I see ya.
Yeah. Well, I always report it as an unsafe delivery, which means I don't want to go back there anymore for people that don't tip. Well, most of them anyway. Yeah. When people don't tip, I just say I don't feel safe in that area. You can check a box for that. So it takes me a little bit longer to close it out. But a lot of people do it now. I mean, you got to literally hit custom and say no tip. Oh shit. Yeah, you got to hit custom and then 0 tip. I made $10 on that, but still should be more. Should be more. This is Cherry Street. Jesus. What time is it? All right, we'll go for a bit more. Popeye's still open? I can't believe that. Rally's is open up here.
Really was suffering complaint 10 times Jefferson. Josephine's requesting to speak to Cook regarding her stopping vehicle being parked in a close proximity. Heavyweight in the lobby. Suspect vehicle is the Obike Compass, Ohio plate. Charles and Victor Robert 149 from previous call. 1010 Jefferson 311. One. Go ahead. Starting 681.
Oops.
That's one of the county.
Going into the hospital next. Supposed to turn right there. They've changed the traffic pattern here. Oh, it's got power. It's a like a four-cylinder turbo with the electric on top of it. So it boot. I mean, when you hit it, it's got a performance setting. I mean, this motherfucker's. I mean, it's not Tesla acceleration, but it's pretty damn good. More than I'll ever need. Just get up and go when you need it. It's all-wheel drive, and if you turn off the traction control, it'll smoke all 4 tires. Cat's eating pizza. Pizza Cat. There's actually a pizza place called that.
Did you put me on as the assistant admin as a pilot?
Segment officer of pilot.
I actually paused my dash. I want to get back into a better area before I start taking orders again. I don't want to get stuck in the hood there. Fucking no tipville. These lame ass students tip better than the fucking hood does.
We're on traffic sharing back across. Sharing back across. Ohio, King Paul Frank 3590 on a Black GMC. King Paul Frank 3590 Black GMC.
We passed that guy side of the road. Oh shit.
What is the JJC? You get a 274? What is JJC? One 20, Stratford Jet Safety 5805 Telegraph, 5805 Telegraph. A female call on the line, reporting this location for her father, a Paul letter, his phone. Apparently he's intoxicated. He does have a gun with him. No threats have been made. Has had talks of suicidal intentions in the past. South Channel already checked.
As soon as I got here and went active, boom, got an order. Blinky blink. I swear I do. Time to get the pizza. I will be back. got pizza. We got that pizza. 2:40. Yeah, super late. All right, let's see. This motherfuckers. What? Fucking 12 miles away? Fucking Sylvania. Yeah, that's gonna kill us right there. That's gonna be our. It's gonna kill the order or kill the night for us. Fucking 12 miles away for this pizza. A medium pepperoni pizza. Better be a good paying fucking delivery. Shit. I'm gonna have to get on the freeway. Secor. All the way up to the freeway. Anything good happen on the scanner? Oh shit, it shut off. Where I'm going, I actually want to turn on the sheriff's department, don't I? Actually, let me turn in the multi. You know what? Let's just listen to this. Go back to Mark if he's still yammering.
That's CardoneCapital.com to see if you qualify. Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely. See full disclosure at CardoneCapital.com. This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you are afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get the relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They're A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-7049. 800-575-7049. That's 800-575-7049. Or simply visit TRA.com. Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8.
That makes sense, man.
Or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. Selling your home? Ready.com.
Guy's paying me fucking
thousands up front.
$15 for this
Because on Ready,
delivery.
agents compete. They put their
I'll take
money
it.
where their mouth is. Well, not really. You don't want agents with wallets in their mouths. But you get the idea. And when agents have money on the line, they sell your home for top dollar. So go to Ready.com, REDY.com, or call 888-515-READY.
Human dignity, secure borders.
Why wouldn't Krispy Kreme be open?
Channel 125.
I think it would.
We actually have some Arab journalists and liberals who are more honest and so many in our own country. Memory.org points out after Hamas released shocking videos showing the horrifying condition of 2 Israeli hostages, Arab journalists and liberals harshly condemned the organization's cruelty and its torture of the hostages. Posting on their personal X accounts, they also slammed the UN's silence over these atrocities and called on the international community, listen to this, is very important, to decry them and help secure the hostages' release. The writers stress that Hamas circulated these videos to convince the world that there is a food shortage in Gaza, but its leaders, who feast in luxury hotels in Qatar and own fat bank accounts, are not really interested in the Gazans' hunger and care only of their own survival. That's certainly true. Some of the posts convey that the videos of the emaciated hostages prove that Hamas is not a resistance movement, but a cult of cruelty that serves only its own interests and arounds at the expense of the Palestinian people. Here's an example of what they posted. In August 2nd, 2025, post on Twitter, Egyptian author and journalist Dalia Zaida shared a picture of hostage Avatar David. I have shown that on my sites as well. Emaciated and trapped in a dark tunnel, commented, Hamas forced a starving Israeli hostage to dig his own grave while filming it, believing that such scenes would manipulate the international community into sending more aid into Gaza. In reality, these videos only invite harsher war. However, Hamas does not care. They never truly cared about anything except the survival of their own military. Why can't the world see truth? This is an Egyptian author and journalist. Hamas has been weaponizing human suffering, that of the Gazans and that of the Israeli hostages. To fool the world and make their commanders and militants survive rather than rewarding their terrorism and recognizing their illusory state. World leaders need to help Israel free the hostages and the innocent among the people in Gaza from the pawns of Hamas and its sponsors, and upward nurturing terrorism under the deceitful flag of supporting Gaza. Now, one day earlier, responding to the video of the hostage, Ziada urged Western media to show the real case of deliberate starvation in Gaza, namely the case of Rob Zalewski, who's being starved to death by Hamas, a hostage, and slammed this media for believing Hamas's lies. She wrote, the New York Times, CNN, BBC, and similars. Here's a real story.
Yeah, that's pretty good pizza too. JoJo's is all right.
Oh, I almost forgot. It's an Israeli hostage. Not attractive.
I've got crust. I've got
your cover story, like the fake footage that Hamas.
Marco. I mean, yeah.
Egyptian journalist. Palestinian journalist Ayman Khalid wrote a video of Avatar David.
Oh shit.
Hamas wanted to defend itself and create the impression that it cannot feed its operatives and the hostages. Some of the writers lambasted Hamas's leaders for pretending to care about Gazans' pain and hunger, while they themselves are fat, enriched.
So it would stay on till 3, but we'll see.
Got that, America? That's on. Iraqi journalist Sufyan al-Samara, editor of the Iraqi news website Baghdad Post, shared a picture of Hamas officials with big bellies and wrote, "O people of Gaza, Hamas's officials, whose bellies are swollen with Qatari bribes, are risking your lives. They pretend to weep over your hunger, while they dine on delicacies in the hotels and palaces of Doha." Sounds like a Mark Levin post. Saudi online influencer Abdullah, I wish our influencers so clever were as good as these influencers, but they're not. Ours are true haters and these are truth tellers. Saudi online influencer Abdullah al-Tawalya likewise shared images of Hamas officials dining in fancy hotels and Hamas fighters eating heartily in their tunnels and remarked, here are Hamas officials in hotels and Hamas fighters in tunnels. while the wretched people of Gaza deal with the killing, starvation, and all the Zionist crime. Oh, there you go. In another post, he wrote, "Money, bribes, stolen humanitarian aid, and fundraisers. That is what fuels the situation and allows the war to continue. If you knew how much Hamas officials are worth, you would realize the truth about what's going on. When will Hamas's officials be pressured to expose their bank balances? When will Qatar be exposed other than by me and a handful of others for being behind this whole damn thing?" Some writers mocked Hamas's official, Ghazi Hamad, who in August, interview with Al Jazeera, called on the Gazans to bear their suffering patiently because the, quote, countdown to Israel's collapse has already begun. For example, Saudi writer Abdul Al-Gabadabadu, I can't read all these names, lives in a five-star hotel and wants the Gazans to bear their suffering patiently. He himself is patient with the men here and would like better falafel and hummus. Kuwaiti liberal Jazem Al-Jarrad shared Hamad's remarks and commented, "He's one of the filthiest creatures in the world." Got that, Tucker? Got that, Bannon? Got that, all the rest of it? Green with an E on the end? Got that? Mediaite? Drudge Report? I'll be right back.
Yeah, this is gonna be it, man. This is getting me on the way home. I'm probably gonna grab a bite to eat though. We'll see. Pull down by the house. There's nothing there. We'll end it. I already have it set to pause at the end of this trip.
And our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner?
The longest fucking light in the world, man.
This is what my friend from work did. She went to billshappen.com and got the
How am I
money she
supposed
needed
to
the
be
next
there?
day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
Billshappen.com is
And I'm fucking speeding down the freeway there, man. I'm just gonna give me 2 minutes before delivery time.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
Look at this. Every fucking light.
She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. Billshappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to billshappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to billshappen.com. That's billshappen.com. Billshappen.com.
Is hot sleep keeping you awake? The Tempur-Breeze mattress is designed to keep you feeling cool and comfortable all night long. Because only the Tempur-Breeze is made with our one-of-a-kind cooling technology.
Yo, there's fucking cameras there for a reason. You're supposed to fucking trigger. It's supposed to trigger me to go. There's nobody coming the other way.
Just deep, undisturbed rest. Shop our Labor Day sale and save up to $700 on select adjustable mattress sets only at Tempur-Pedic.com.
Jesus. Finally.
All the PGA Tour Radio Network's daytime hosts invite you to tee it up with them at the iconic Kiowa Island Golf Resort at the second Discover South Carolina Cup, September 7th through the 10th. Kiowa's hosted PGA Championships won by Rory and Phil, and also the famous War by the Shore Ryder Cup battle. Now you can join your PGA Tour radio hosts for 3 days of golf and golf talk. Find out more at discoversccup.com.
This summer has been a scorcher. Luckily, UNTUCKit has you covered with the coolest shirts to help you beat the heat. From sweat-wicking performance button-downs to lightweight linen and wrinkle-free polos. Now's the best time to try the original UNTUCKit shirt and everything that goes with it. They help you look sharp and feel comfortable when the heat is on. It's the perfect choice for work and for the weekend. So this summer, keep your cool with their iconic shirts at UNTUCKit.com or more than 80 stores. UNTUCKit. Live life untucked.
You've worked hard for your money. Now let it work hard for you. RJM Group and Company has been helping families grow their wealth for over 30 years, right here in South Florida. Imagine an investment as steady as a CD account, but earning returns from 7% to 20%, guaranteed every month or every year. With contracts from 1 to 5 years, RJM puts you in control. No gambling, no guessing. Just smart, secure growth backed by real estate expertise you can trust. If you've been waiting for the right way to invest,
When I was a paramedic, we did it with our They call it the phaser siren.
That's 1-888-775-3002.
We use the phaser siren to trigger that.
888-775-3002. RJM Group. Trusted, proven, built for your future.
Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
Navigating the professional job search is hard. You know the perfect job is out there. You're just not sure how to find it. Let Specialized Recruiting Group help find a role that fits with companies that are hiring now. Get started at srgpros.com. Specialized Recruiting Group offers a path to contract and full-time roles. Take the next step in your career at srgpros.com. That's srgpros.com.
Regulated activities performed by a licensed affiliate.
I had no idea I could sell my life insurance policy.
Norman and Nancy Dugan for Coventry Direct.
We're about to let Norman's policy lapse because premiums have become expensive. Our kids are doing well on their own, so we just don't need it anymore.
Then Nancy called Coventry.
They were so helpful, answering all of our questions.
If you're over 65 and have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify.
After this past year, we are celebrating life.
Yeah, that's what they called it. That was the mode. The siren mode was called phaser.
Coventry Direct has helped thousands live the life they want to live.
There wasn't that many. Well, that was a while back in the late 90s, early 2000s. They only worked on half the lights.
CoventryDirect.com to learn more about how you can get cash by selling your life insurance. Call 800-278-2296.
Personal responsibilities. We are citizens of this Patriot.
Channel 125. It's your daily double dosage of the Constitution. The Mark Levin Show. Call it now at 877-381.
It's Piggy. Marked them on the map.
Somebody has to represent the quasi-professionals. Living in a time when America's most cherished values are being challenged, like faith, family, freedom. It's one of the reasons I support a great group, AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is the choice for Americans who care deeply about preserving this nation, preserving its future, for children, grandchildren, and generations yet born. As a member of the Association of Mature American Citizens, this is a big deal, what I'm about to tell you. You'll receive access to truly fantastic benefits and discounts like you can't find anywhere else. On travel, insurance, prescription services, and a hell of a lot more, as well as exclusive member-only tools and resources that make a difference in everyday life. For example, people who can give you advice on Social Security and Medicare. And by the way, 18 and older, that's how old you need to be to join. So you don't have to be a senior. But if you are a senior, this can really help you. It really can. And one of my personal favorites is the AMAC magazine. That's right. Packed with meaningful content, insightful interviews, updates you won't find anywhere else, really cool columns. You look forward to it every so often. I think it comes 8 to 10 times a year. And right now you can join for as little as $1.20 a month for a 5-year membership. Did you hear that? $1.20 a month for a 5-year membership. That's an incredible value, folks. So don't wait. Go to amac.us/Levin, amac.us/LEVIN. Become a member today. Stand with AMAC. Help keep the values we all hold dear going strong for future generations. May I have an amen? Amen. There you go. This producer's good. He does this. You can't hear him. I can hear him. Ron is sitting in. He does a great job. All right, where the hell am I? Let's go here. Hold on, folks. I was somewhere. Oh, callers. All right. Very
rich neighborhood, too.
Let's take some callers. Let's see. Just do that. How about this? Let us go to
Let's see.
Sam.
8614.
Sam the Man in Kansas City, Missouri, the great KCMO. Sam the Man, how are you?
Mark, I am.
Uh-oh. Did we lose him, Mr. Mark, I am. You're a good man, Sam, no matter what they say. Mr. Call Screener, be ready. If Sam calls again, let's slip him in, okay? It's the only fair thing to do. Let us go to Colleen. I'm trying to read this. In Rutherford, New Jersey, the great WABC. Colleen, how are you?
Hello, Mark. Can you hear me?
What?
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Who is this?
Hello?
Yes?
Colleen.
Oh, Colleen. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just playing with you. How are you, Colleen?
Good. But, well, we had a tragedy this weekend
Yes.
over the synagogue in Rutherford. I don't know if you know about it. It's a very...
It's an old historic synagogue, and it was burned to the ground.
It was burned to the ground.
And the rabbi and his family almost didn't get out.
You're absolutely right. He's an extremely young rabbi, very impressive. Young man, young babies in that house, a young wife.
Oh, cool.
And but the
So they
community
fucking blocked their fucking driveway with trash
and
cans.
I walked past that
That's so
synagogue
kind
my
of
whole
them.
life as a child, as a kid, on my way to Sunday school and church. And it's
Fucking
a historical
assholes.
building in the town. And
Yeah,
the town
leave it
is
at the door
devastated
quietly.
over it. Absolutely
Fucking
devastated.
dicks.
Because there was someone who did firebomb that old Victorian synagogue.
But hold on one second. Do we know? I believe they're investigating this one. Have they come up with a reason yet?
They're saying it's not suspicious, but it lit up so fast. Like you said, the rabbi, I don't know how he got out there. I mean, all the interviews with him, at one point he broke down. Of course he broke down. He got out there with his life and his children. It's just devastating that they have to experience something like this. And because it happened 12 years ago, we're all suspicious, in the town.
Well, of course you're suspicious. Synagogues don't just burn like that.
No, especially nowadays. And so he's going to rebuild. But the good thing is the town, he immediately, started a GoFundMe. And within a half a day, it was already up to 86,000. It's way over that now. But we want them to know that they're loved and this town.
So tell us, where do you go on the GoFundMe to help them build their synagogue back up?
So I got it off of the Facebook page. If you go to, there's all these. We grew up in Rutherford, and
so for the audience, where would they go to make it simple for them?
So the name of the synagogue is Bethel, Bethel Synagogue in Rutherford, New Jersey. I'm sure it goes right to their webpage.
All right, my friend Colleen, thank you very, very much. You take care of yourself. Thank you. Did I get Sam back or no? I guess. Sam, I don't know what happened from Kansas City, Missouri, the great KCMO. Go right ahead, my friend.
Hello, Mark. How are you?
I am great. Thank you.
I have just picked up On Power today. I am almost halfway through it since 2 o'clock.
Now tell the truth. Do you like it?
I absolutely love it.
Well, that's very sweet of you.
It is up there with the way things ought to be. Like I told Mr. Call Screener, I'm a long-time listener, reader, first-time caller.
Oh, thank
Ever
you.
since 2004, the presidential election, you guys got me through the rough years of Obama and the last 4 crazy years. My main point is, you play that clip with Data Bosch, moron.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she
Bernie,
is.
I thought he was going to dive into his oligarchy spiel. But like I told your Call Screener, doing the same thing repeatedly over and over again, expecting a different result. What's that called? Insanity?
Mm-hmm. And they're full of insanity. No question about that.
Just as a quick side note, I'm actually at work right now. The book is in front of me. I can't put it down. I actually want to go back and get a copy for my stepson. He's going off to college. That'll be a great piece of armor for him.
I'll tell you what we're going to do for you. Don't hang up, Mr. Producer. Let's get the gentleman's full name and address, and we'll ship a copy off to him. Thank you very, very much, Sam. Because we lost you and we got you back. I appreciate it. You know, people are going to think this is self-serving. It's not. People are reading the book. There's thousands of thousands of them, tens of thousands of you now. And people love it, and they can't put it down. That's what I'm getting. My mother-in-law is among them. She's been sitting down reading it, take a break for dinner, goes back to it and reads it. I think you're going to find it. It flows beautifully. It's very compelling. Again, I know it sounds silly, the author, to say this, but I always tell you the truth. I always communicate that with you. And if you go on Amazon right now, you'll have the book tomorrow. The value is great. It's under $20, or you can go. Barnes and Noble has them, and Walmart has them, and Sam's has them. You know, all the wonderful bookstores, Books of Nine, they all have them. So I hope you'll check them out. And I know you're going to love it. I know you're going to love it. People love this book. President of the United States loves this book. So he's recommended it not once, not twice, but 3 different times. 3. Let's keep going. Leon, Suffolk, New York. Leon, WABC, how are you?
I'm good, Mark. I wanted to get your thoughts on this $10 million slush fund that the Albany legislatures have put together to fund legal fees for the people like Letitia James.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. You folks in New York are paying for her legal fees to defend herself, where she's alleged in her private life of stealing money as a result of lying about her mortgage status. That is, stealing money from the state, effectively, by claiming a home in Virginia as her primary home, by claiming a building with 5 apartments in it, only had 4, as well as other things. She's done that. Schiff is alleged to have committed mortgage fraud by having 2 primary residences. You only get one in Maryland and one in California. And they ought to throw the book at these guys because they tried to concoct lies about Donald Trump, especially this Letitia James. This Letitia James lied about Donald Trump, his valuations on his properties. The big banks, these are big, sophisticated banks. They know they can value these properties themselves. They all made money. Not one there was not a single witness that testified against Donald Trump. Not one. Not one said they lost money. They all made money. And he paid them off early. And then they valued Mar-a-Lago at $18 million. Mar-a-Lago's worth $1.5, $2 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Not $18 million. I'd raise the money. $18 million, you crazy? But that just shows you how nuts they are. And the appellate court removed that judge eventually. You know, the judge that looked like one of the Marx brothers? Yeah, that guy. I can't remember his name. He's such a moron. But anyway, whatever's thrown at them. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What's the constitutionality of a taxpayer paying for somebody who committed a crime that has nothing to do with their job?
That ought to be challenged in New York at the state level. Somebody ought to challenge that. Because that's nothing but official graft. That's what that is. Just because they pass a law and create a slush fund for her doesn't make it lawful. Somebody ought to challenge that. Some group in New York, some nonprofit group, a conservative group, or maybe the Republican Party in New York or the Conservative Party. Somebody ought to challenge that. Because that really is icing on the crooked cake, isn't it?
For sure. But what about your high school that wants to take Netanyahu off the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, what about it? Cheltenham Township High School outside of Philadelphia. The township has gone Democrat. It's gone very liberal. The demographics have changed significantly. The idea that they want to remove him, I don't care if they don't want to put me on it. It doesn't mean a damn thing to me. You know, I'll tell you the funny thing. Here's the funny thing, Sam. When I was in law school at Temple University, right, you know, in North Philadelphia, right outside of Cheltenham, where I grew up, I was elected to the school board in Cheltenham. It shows you how much it's changed. Now, of course, I'm not in the Hall of Fame, and I don't really give a damn. I graduated from that high school after 11th grade anyway, so I couldn't wait to get out. All right, Sam, don't hang up. Thank you, my friend. I actually had a nice experience in high school, to be perfectly honest with you. But here we are. We can't have him. He's a right-winger. We can't have him. He likes Trump. We can't have him. He likes Netanyahu. No. We're here to purify our Hall of Fame. That's right. And they got mad at me for denouncing the Hall of Fame. Unless she apologizes, I'll go stick it. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Draft a winning fantasy football team with the experts of Fantasy Sports Radio.
Who can I get later in round one? It's obviously Christian McCaffrey. The risk is worth the reward because of how dominant we know he can be.
Winning strategies, player projections, and expert drafts to help you build a championship team.
The high-level wide receivers are what wins in fantasy football.
Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and check out our audio draft kit on the Sirius XM app. Just search Draft Season.
Trump trades, rate cut trades, AI trades. All these trendy trades are hot, but they don't compare to the trades that stock market gurus John and Pete Najarian find every week with their unique option strategies. Winning strategies they put into their newest book, It's Not an Option. And today, this exciting book can be yours for free.
I'm John Najarian. Don't buy another stock before reading our newest book. And I'm Pete Najarian. When you see the returns you could be making on options versus stocks, you'll realize that
I'm just getting caught up on a couple things here.
Alone, it's not
Take
an
off
option.
in a minute.
After years on TV as the go-to options experts, we wrote our new book with simple, beginner-friendly option strategies that could take your investing returns to a whole new level. And today we'll give you a copy for free.
To see real stock versus option trade examples and get your free copy of John and Pete's new book, It's Not an Option, text NEWS to 80555 and just cover shipping. Text the word NEWS to 80555. Text NEWS to 80555.
Message and data rates may apply.
You know what doesn't make a great cigar? Marketing fluff, gimmicks, or some sketchy warehouse where the cigars are drier than your boss's sense of humor. At Famous Smoke, we've been family-owned since 1939, and we're obsessed with getting cigars right. Shop thousands of premium brands and rare finds packed fresh and shipped fast. Go to FamousSmoke.com and use code SMOKE for $20 off when you spend $99 or more. Real cigars, real experts, FamousSmoke.com. Code SMOKE.
Are you a small business owner struggling with cash flow issues? Look no further than AmeriFactors, a trusted partner in business funding. With AmeriFactors, you can turn your unpaid invoices into fast cash. Say goodbye to long payment cycles and hello to quick and easy funding options, even with less than perfect credit, including bankruptcies. If you need working capital to make payroll, buy inventory,
Actually, that was a very good tip
your business,
on that one.
AmeriFactors has got you covered.
Working with AmeriFactors was the best decision. Our business is thriving and growing. Without AmeriFactors, we never would have been able to get to this point.
With AmeriFactors, you can focus on what you do best, running your business, while they take care of providing cash flow and accounts receivable management. Their team of experts are dedicated to providing personalized solutions focused on the success of your business. Fuel your business growth with AmeriFactors. Call AmeriFactors today, 800-884-FUND. That's 800-884-3863. Or visit AmeriFactors.com.
Tires matter. They're the only part of your vehicle that touches the road, and they're responsible for so much: acceleration, braking, steering, and handling. Tread confidently with new tires from Tire Rack. Whether you're looking for expert recommendations or know exactly what you want, Tire Rack makes it easy. You'll get fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, and convenient installation options. Try mobile installation. They'll bring your new tires to your home or office and install them on site. Tire Rack has the best selection of tires from world-class brands, and they don't just sell tires, they test them on the road and on their test track. Learn how the tires you want tackle evasive maneuvers, drive and stop in the rain, or just handle your everyday commute. Go to TireRack.com to see their tire test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews, and be sure to check out all the current special offers. That's TireRack.com. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
School choice.
Freedom Speech. Conservative principles live here. We are Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125.
We love this song, but we must move on. People have been waiting, some patiently, some. I love it when they always say stuff like, thank you for being patient on the air. I'm not patient, pissed off. What the hell am I supposed to do? I'm not patient in the least. All right. But let me, do I have one more to do here, Mr. Producer? Let's see here. Problem is, folks, my printer's not working, so I'm moving in and out of emails. And you're probably thinking, your printer never damn well works. No, it doesn't. I don't know what the hell the problem is. It drives me crazy. All right, but I don't want to miss our friends here at Monetary Gold. This is a fantastic gold company. We've searched far and wide, and we found these folks, and they found us, and the chemistry was unbelievable. Look, we've just been handed a warning. We should listen to this. A major U.S. bank just reported the U.S. dollar tumbled over 10% in the first half of 2025. Now, that's the worst drop since 1973. The worst drop since 1973. They say this rapid decline threatens the dollar's status. I mean, after all, the dollar's paper. It's what it is. As the world's reserve currency. Now, that's not an opinion. They believe it's a fact rising from reckless debt and uncertainty in that regard. Here's what you should do now, in my view. Don't leave your savings exposed to threats of a collapsing dollar. You should always diversify. And a safe haven for diversification is physical precious metals, real gold and silver that you can hold. The best company I know in this space is Monetary Gold. We've checked them out. We really, really like them. They've been in business for 25 years, weathering crises from 9/11.
They just bumped me up another $5 an hour. Just stay on for another
They're ready to help you.
hour. So fuck
Easy
it.
to deal with. They treat you with respect. They're transparent. So call Monetary Gold right now. They're there. 877-NOW-GOLD. That's the number. 877-NOW-GOLD. 877-669-4653. It's easier to remember 877-NOW-GOLD, isn't it? You can get gold or silver. They're reputable. They're reliable. Or visit marklovesgold.com. Hello, marklovesgold.com. Get your free gold guide. Don't wait until it's too late, folks. Get in front of it. Act now. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD or go to marklovesgold.com. Tell them Mark Levin sent you. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. And again, I call them right away, 877-NOW-GOLD. Ask them whatever you want. They're very nice people and they'll answer your questions. Okay. That's my Yiddish. Okay. Let's go back to the calls here. All right, that one's not working. That one is. Michael, Beaufort, South Carolina, XM Satellite. Michael, how are you, sir?
I'm very well, sir. And yourself?
Very well, thank you. Now, Nancy Mace wants to be your governor. What do you think of that?
I would think I would like her as a governor.
Yeah, you would?
Yes, sir.
All right, just curious. Tell me what's cooking.
So, well, sir, my question is this. So, I was wondering about this Mondami guy, if I'm pronouncing the name correct. New York.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways,
I prefer Mondami, but go ahead, whatever you want.
well, what I wondered to myself, and we all know the rhetoric that he spouted off with. Mm-hmm. And, of course, all of this would just bankrupt New York City in a heartbeat.
Sure will.
So, what I'm wondering is that, is any of this, in your opinion, is any of this just, bluster, so to speak?
No, these guys are true believers. He's a true believer. If he gets in there, he'll bring in fellow true believers. They'll try and make sure that they can never lose another election. and they will immediately grab the levers of power, as many as they can, and use them. They're a very dangerous crew here, a very dangerous bunch of young punks, to be perfectly honest with you, who don't know crap. This guy's 33 years old. He knows nothing. Thank you for your call, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, we salute our armed forces, police officers, firefighters, emergency personnel, our truckers, our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. Good luck on Friday. Our brothers and sisters in Israel. Kill those Hamas.
If you're living with pain, see how Relief Factor can help.
When my back got injured very bad, I was on for about a year. I heard about Relief Factor from my wife. I took it every day, 3 times a day for 3 weeks. Looked at her and I said, the pain is gone. And she said, I'm glad it helped. I said, no, you don't understand. It's gone.
Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Go to relieffactor.com and get your 3-week quick start today. Only $19.95.
These statements are not evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Craig thought he was protecting his family. Hurricane Ida knocked out power, so he grabbed a gas generator from the store.
But deadly carbon monoxide leaked silently into their home. Craig lost his wife and 2 kids that night. If I'd known, I never would have bought that damn thing, he said.
Gas generators kill over 100 Americans every year, but there's a safer, smarter way.
Introducing the Patriot Power Generator 2500X from 4 Patriots. Silent, portable, and completely safe indoors. No fumes, no gas.
Right now, it's just $299 down and ships tomorrow. Plus, you'll get a mini solar generator absolutely free and 2 free solar panels.
Use the endless free power of the sun to keep your family safe. Your fridge.
Well, that's not nice.
Devices running.
This special offer ends soon. Visit 4patriots.com today.
That's the number 4. Patriots.
You got a better record than the Tigers right now. Well, the Tigers are finally waking up again a little bit. They lost the game we went to. So we'll just stop going to games to keep losing them. There we go. That's 2 times in a row. They've lost at home. We've got to watch them.
Tell Father Time to come back later. Take the free 5-minute assessment to get your answers at parforsuccess.com. That's success.com.
This is Patriot. Conservative principles live here. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason.
Will the Tigers play the Brewers at all this year?
This is Sirius XM Patriot.
Or have they already? I don't remember. Seem to think that they did before the Brewers started doing well.
Ukraine and its European backers seeking talks with President Trump, that in an effort to protect their security interests ahead of the summit with Vladimir Putin later this week. The German chancellor inviting Mr. Trump, Ukrainian leader Zelensky, and NATO's chief to virtual meetings Wednesday. Trump and Putin set to meet Friday in Alaska. In the meantime, Mr. Trump says he wants to hear Putin's ideas for ending the war.
I'm going to meet with President Putin, and we're going to see what he has in mind. And if it's a fair deal, I'll reveal it to the European Union leaders and to the NATO leaders and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call him first, and then I'll call them after. And I may say, lots of luck, keep fighting, or I may say we can make a deal. I'm going to go and see the parameters. Now, I may leave and say, good luck, and that'll be the end. I may say, this is not going to be settled.
Texas Republicans unable again Monday to approve new congressional district as dozens of Democrats remain outside the state. Public policy expert Matthew Continetti says Texas Democrats continue making a failed argument.
What we've seen now is Democrats revive this argument that somehow Republicans are a threat to democracy. This is not an argument that has worked in the past.
At the Texas Capitol, House Speaker Dustin Burrows adjourned another attempted session within minutes of its early afternoon opening. Major changes are coming to professional football, not necessarily on the field, but in the offices. New security policies are being pushed by the NFL that follows the recent shooting incident near the NFL headquarters. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Everybody is keeping an eye on the Fed and how an interest rate cut might affect gold prices. Gold has been hovering at around $3,400 an ounce for the last 2 months and is poised for dramatic growth with the next interest rate cut. If you have a qualified IRA or 401k, you could receive up to $10,000 in free gold and silver when you open your retirement account with Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000 now or visit AdvantageGold.com and get your free gold IRA guide. Consult with your financial and tax professionals before making investment decisions. Call 800-900-8000. Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save families up to $500 a month, and obviously that's a big deal, but they like it too, especially being part of something that reflects their values instead of working against them. So yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. Find out more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
Foreign correspondent Charles de Ledesma reports a blistering heat wave gripping parts of France, sending thermometers soaring to 110 degrees, something the part of the world there seldom gets.
In the southern France region of Aude, a patchwork of vineyards and Mediterranean scrubland, hundreds of firefighters remain on the hillsides, guarding the edge of a massive blaze that scorched 16,000 hectares last week. Officials say the flames are under control, but warn the fire will not be fully extinguished for weeks. The National Weather Authority, Météo France, placed 12 departments on red alert, France's highest heat warning, anticipating exceptional heat stretching from the Atlantic coast to the Mediterranean plains. Another 41 departments are under lower level orange alerts, as well as the neighbouring microstate of Andorra. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Breaking news and analysis, townhall.com.
The fusion of rational thought and political analysis. This is what your brain has been waiting for. News, politics, and issues. Enhanced. You have just joined the Will Count Majority.
Your generation of great talk radio, the founder of the new school. That's me, Andrew Wilkow, Sirius XM Patriot. Phone lines, as always. 926-95 Patriot, 957-2874. The email to spell my name right, WILQW at WilkowMajority.com. Individual Patriot first, Conservative second, Republican third. And working every single day to make this the most popular program offered by Sirius XM Radio because it's based in one thing and one thing only. And that is rational thought. So welcome to the Wilkow Majority. I'm Andrew Wilkow. You know, I have had callers as we start.
Yeah, but they do an early play quite a bit.
August 9th, 2006 was my launch date. We have been through the Sirius XM merger, the acquisition of Pandora, the acquisition of Stitcher, the rise of podcasts, and yet just keep chugging along here in the noon to 3 slot. And I said the highest honor I get is when people say, I found you. Either I found you and while listening to Rush, flipping over during the commercials, and then I had to decide between you and Rush, or ultimately when Rush passed away. That's the highest honors. But it's funny we have people that get mad at me. Callers that get, why are you always talking about the past? Well, there's an old quote about history. And just because maybe you didn't know this stuff, or maybe there are younger people listening that haven't heard this stuff, that we have to go over the history of things. That's what we do here. Does anyone ever say to a sports announcer, why are you talking about the World Series from 30 years ago? No, they don't do that. But I do want to play you, before I bring on my friend Horace Cooper, I do want to play for you the man who was democratically removed from the top of the ticket. I say that with all sarcasm. I want you to listen to Joe Biden talking about the 1994 crime bill. Play that.
This president is very, very straightforward and simple. He knows there are two basic steps here. One step is you must take back the streets. And you take back the streets by more cops, more prisons, more physical protection for the people. He also understands what my friend from Texas understands, and doesn't talk a lot about. But he signed on to in this bill. He also understands the need to keep people who are first-time offenders, who are nonviolent offenders, or who are potential first-time offenders who haven't gotten. I yield myself an additional 3 minutes. Who, in fact, are people who are getting themselves into the crime stream for the first time. They should be diverted from the system. So I hope this crime bill, when it passes, the Biden-Hatch crime bill, as it becomes law, God willing, I hope that we will have ended once and for all this notion that is a hangover from the 60s, that somehow Democrats are weak on crime and Democratic presidents are weak on crime and Republicans.
All right, so we noticed one thing. Mike just got in my ear because where's the stutter? There's no stutter. So there he is. This is 1993. They're debating what became the 94 crime bill that Bill Clinton. Now, we can argue. Let me bring in my friend Horace Cooper here, who is an expert on all these things. He's a senior fellow at the National Center for Public Policy Research, chairman of the Project 21 National Advisory Board, and he is a former constitutional law professor who taught at George Mason University. We don't really want to federalize law enforcement, right? That's even if it sounds like a good idea, Horace, we don't want the federal government running local policing.
Well, we have seen no evidence that that works.
Right.
So it isn't just a conceptually bad idea. We see no evidence that it works. Local governments, when they run their law enforcement, have accountability to the local community, and they can make modifications and changes so as to be sure that they're accountable to the local residents. We see no evidence that if you nationalize law enforcement, that works. What we have seen is evidence that specific types of law enforcement changes have had significant impact in various areas, such as carjacking. We had an epidemic for a season, and the Congress of the United States passed a measure that federalized carjacking, and they turned a problem that was thousands of cases down to less than a dozen nationwide.
But the theory that Biden is espousing there is we cannot cede the streets to crime, whether that's young criminals, middle-aged criminals, any criminals. That is, we're talking about the quality of life. And if you're talking about the District of Columbia specifically, and I do want to get you to explain how this works. I know this section 740 of the, what was this ruling? Something DC ruling, DC law. But in theory, if you have neighborhoods that are overrun by crime, you're not going to get foot traffic. You're not going to have businesses open up. People that are not criminals don't feel safe in their own backyard. That's not right. That the people who promote these soft on crime policies usually live in, pretty gated communities or have some kind of security that they're not exposed to their own ideas.
Yes. So, first point, there have been instances where the federal government has augmented local government crime enforcement with very, very salutary effects. When you talk about the District of Columbia, however, you're talking about a different animal altogether. Congress and the national government have plenary authority over the District of Columbia. And so when the Congress and the president agree to have a major push by federal agencies to operate within the District of Columbia, that isn't federalizing or nationalizing. That is exercising the authority that the Constitution provides.
Okay, so this isn't tyranny. Trump isn't a dictator. We're not sliding into authoritarianism. I did read Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule, but I mean, look, if you're Muriel Bowser, if you're the DC, now she doesn't live in any one of these crime-ridden neighborhoods. This has nothing to do with race either. When did looking the other way on crime become pro one group versus another?
Well, the left, progressives, and I heard part of your monologue talking about the past. One of the things that progressives love to do is forget about the past. And progressives have pushed this terrible, terrible idea that if there is any disproportionate impact based on a policy of any kind,
I'll get a call soon.
by race, that makes that policy suspect. The truth is, as I've discussed in your program before, when the FBI has been keeping for more than 30 years annual statistics on crime, there are far more 16 to 24-year-old males who are committing overwhelmingly the crimes that happen in this country. To attempt to reduce the number of those Black Americans are 12% of the population. Black men are only 6%, maybe 5.5% of victim.
But what about when the victims are the same race as the criminal? Then if you
overwhelmingly that is the case, that Black people are overwhelmingly the victim. Who, if you said Horace Cooper, he was shot, he was attacked, his car was broken into, overwhelmingly the odds are that a Black male did this to me. The question for me is, are we interested in protecting people regardless of their race, or are we interested in protecting people who engage in predatory behavior solely because of their race?
But again, this was something in the 90s that the Democrats knew was killing their party, right? And look, I want to make sure that we always stick to the Constitution. We follow the 10th Amendment. We leave law enforcement at the level, depending if you're talking municipal crime, county crime, state crime. If there's ever going to be and like you said, the district is a unique situation. Like if you have corruption or out of control a crime in a city like Paterson, New Jersey, the highest level should be, the governor and the state attorney general getting involved, state police maybe doing some foot patrols or county sheriffs, what have you. We don't really want the federal government coming in and doing that. That's not what it was designed for. It's just a matter of, what makes sense, not just what sounds good, but what actually works. But years ago, Democrats knew that the view of the party as a soft on crime party was a losing proposition. And now you have these cities, whether it's New York, I can remember Jacob Fry and Tim Walz watching the city of Minneapolis burn. They just watched it burn. They just let it burn. And they thought that was upholding progressive politics. How is burning your city progressive politics? In the end, there might be people who want bike paths, recycling bins, rent control, child care for all. They want these things. Nobody votes for more crime.
That's right. That's correct. Again, I'm not interested in the race of people, but overwhelmingly it turned out, even in Minnesota, Black Americans were harmed disproportionately by these soft on crime policies. I mention it only for this reason. The left says the talisman for good public policy is whether or not Blacks and Browns and other dispossessed groups are impacted unfairly. These policies impact these groups unfairly. If you're a low income, you can't move away from where high crime zones are. In fact, the grocery store moves because it can't afford to leave.
late.
wherever they're going to go. We look at this where it's been tried. It doesn't work. What must happen, and one of the reasons why I called on the president to deploy the National Guard in Washington, D.C., is precisely because if you lower crime, you will encourage investment, you will create prosperity, and you will make it possible for people to be able to afford the kinds of goods and services that the middle and upper middle income Americans take for granted.
I want to make sure though that I want to repeat this though. To the people that are saying this is unconstitutional, that this is authoritarian, that this is they're saying his power grabs are escalating. This is already codified in law that the president has this authority. But again, if Muriel Bowser and the local government are failing so miserably, instead of yelling at Donald Trump for having his administration step in to do their job, shouldn't these people be demanding that their locally elected officials do their jobs?
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, I worked on Capitol Hill since 1990, and Kay Bailey Hutchison was a Texas senator whose staffer was murdered about 3 blocks from where I live. She introduced a bill which Mr. Biden co-sponsored, and it was a bipartisan bill that, one, provided for the death penalty in the District of Columbia and also increased other sanctions for bad behavior. Now, then, you're right, the left understood how bad it was if people perceived that they were pro-criminal. I would argue that if you enact the policies that they pursue in the name of some social justice warrior, it is pro-criminal. And one option that I would encourage our legislators to consider for a new law is to say that conspiracy, participation with, any activity to entice a minor to engage in wanton lawlessness that leads to death or serious injury, that adult that does so will suffer the penalty that would have been applied to that youth. It's a function of the felony murder doctrine. You participate with people and someone ends up dying. We need to expressly say that if you are an adult and you're a gang member or whatever you're doing and you're encouraging minors to undertake this behavior, you too will pay the price.
Yeah, again, this president is just saying you had your chance. Crime is out of control. This is.
I'm talking about just for D.C., by the way. For DC.
No. I hear you. It's funny. I said earlier. I don't know if you heard me say that we're marking August 9th, 2006 was my first show, and David Webb stuck around for a little bit longer to join me. That I'm starting my 20th year, and I said I don't want to be self-indulgent, but my daughter is going to a concert in the Navy Yard district. And I thought when I booked the show for her and her friends, I'm going to be chaperoning 4 teenage girls. I was like, oh well, this is kind of the hip, trendy neighborhood. And then I see that's where crime is kind of getting out of control. I'm like, great, I'm going to be walking back to my hotel with a gaggle of teenage girls. Hopefully not in the witching hours when this stuff happens, but I really thought I was booking myself into a safe area when I booked this show.
When I was first in Washington, D.C., the Navy Yard surrounding area was where the body dumps happened. And it has been completely changed. It has been completely transformed. And part of that was because Congress passed a board to oversee Washington, D.C., to make sure that crime was reduced, that investment could return, that tax rates were appropriate, and any number of regulations had to get approved as to whether or not they were efficacious. We are going to need something like that so that you and your family and your listeners can come to Washington, D.C. the way that it was for most of the 90s, even up to about 2005. A very amazing, interesting educational place that was safe.
Well, I want the residents of the district to be safe. It is our capital city. It should be a crown jewel, not a punchline. It should be a place where people from around the world want to come see, the capital of our lovely United States. Pretty basic.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't make you a Nazi. It doesn't make you a bigot. It doesn't make you interested in a federal takeover of the planet or some sort of autocrat, to simply say that what people in Tyson's Corner and McLean take for granted as a safety measure of life can exist even in the District of Columbia.
All righty, sir. Any other irons you got in the fire? Anything else you want to comment on? I got to take a break in about a minute or so.
I just want to reiterate that it's absolutely essential that we back this president in doing something that will actually bring him very limited political gains, and that is making D.C. a much, much safer city.
All right, Horace Cooper, Chairman of Project 21, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, 1-866-95 Patriot, 957-2874. We are right, they are wrong. That's the end of the story. The arguments on this radio program cannot be broken. SiriusXM Patriot.
The medical experts on SiriusXM's Doctor Radio channel know your child's health and safety is the most important thing, and going back to school can feel like a real hurricane. With shows like On Call for Kids, Sports Medicine, and Child Psychology, we can help you weather the storm, covering topics like the anxiety of making new friends, getting used to a new routine, learning disorders and mental health, sports injuries, social media, and more. Make going back to school a breeze with Doctor Radio, SiriusXM Channel 110, and on the SiriusXM app.
In business, they say you can have better, cheaper, or faster, but you only get to pick two. What if you could have all three at the same time? That's exactly what Cohere, Thomson Reuters, and Specialized Bikes have, since they upgraded to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. OCI is the blazing fast platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs, where you can run any workload in a high availability, consistently high performance environment and spend less than you would with other clouds. How is it faster? OCI's block storage gives you more operations per second. Cheaper? OCI costs up to 50% less for compute, 70% less for storage, and 80% less for networking. Better? In test after test, OCI customers report lower latency and higher bandwidth versus other clouds.
Because it's not standing.
This is the cloud built for AI and all your biggest workloads. Right now, with zero commitment, try OCI for free. Head to oracle.com/patriot. That's oracle.com/patriot.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-947-7722. That's 800-947-7722. Again, 800-947-7722.
Hey, it's Andy Richter, here to tell you about the Andy Richter Call-In Show. Each week, I'll be inviting callers to weigh in on important questions like, have you ever seen a ghost? What's the worst job you've ever had? What's the worst date you've ever been on? Along the way, I'll be joined by my favorite comedians and friends. The Andy Richter Call-In Show, every week on Conan O'Brien Radio, SiriusXM 104. With replays throughout the week on Conan O'Brien Radio. Available on demand in the SiriusXM app whenever you want. Just search Andy Richter.
This is
Sirius XM Radio.
And one of the most important conservative values is personal responsibility. Mike Slater. Freedom is not the end of the story. It's just the beginning. It's what we do with our freedom that matters. Enough of this woke DEI stuff. No. We're only looking for the best, and we're looking for excellence. And then the family. The left said that the nuclear family is white supremacy. The nuclear family is the bedrock of America.
Breitbart News Daily with Mike Slater. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern. Conservative principles live here. Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125.
I'll leave a light on for you. I'm gonna love you.
It's Carrie's country. You're just living in it.
You can tell Carrie's in her element. These are her people. This is what she loves to do.
Carrie Underwood's own channel, featuring live performances, brand new music, and never before heard stories from the idol turned country icon.
You want to hear a variety. You don't want to hear the same songs. You want new things for your ear to gravitate toward.
Travel to Carrie's country anytime. Sirius XM Channel 60.
All right. Football is finally back, and so is the hard-hitting gridiron action on Prize Picks. Kick off the season right and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Look, with millions of members and billions of dollars in award winnings, Prize Picks is the best place to put your takes to the test. The app is super simple to use. Just pick 2 or more players across any sport, pick more or less on their projections, and if you're right, you can cash in. Prize Picks is also available in 40-plus states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. With simple stats and user-friendly policies, Prize Picks is the most fan-friendly app to make your picks. Most importantly, we don't play about your money. All transactions on the app are fast, safe, and secure. Don't miss any of the action on Prize Picks with preseason football underway and college football already kicking off. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code WILLCOW and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code WILLCOW in Prize Picks to get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, get the $50 in lineups just for playing. Guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com. Restrictions and details.
Your crazy uncle's favorite radio show, The Will Count Majority.
Dozing off here. I can't take any orders. I'm going to log out.
If it's one thing that moron Zamdani is doing is he's making it okay, I guess, for more and more Democrats to tell the truth about what they believe. And I don't know who in the party thinks there is a national thirst. You know, it's hard using some words when they change to be like thirst trap. Right? I naively thought that we were watching this comedy sketch, and the woman's like, "Oh, my dad made baba ganoush and sent me the eggplant emoji." I didn't know that means what I now know that it means. I feel like I'm going to be 53 next week, and I'm getting left behind some of the changes in language. So when people say thirst, they don't mean just like liquid to hydrate them. They mean something else. I mean it like desire and demand, okay? Here's Robert Francis, look at me, I'm skateboarding, cool guy, old Rourke, saying, when the Democrats take power, they're going to have amnesty. Cut 8.
The Democrats' present company excluded.
Can you stop this? Why does this idiot from El Paso, Texas, talk like he's some, like just dude, like Surfer dude, like, you know, like, I'm talking like Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont. But, yo, dude. Do people talk like that in Texas? All right, play.
The Democrats' present company excluded have talked an awful good game on immigration for as long as I have been listening. If you just keep voting for us once we get in power, comprehensive immigration reform.
Well,
we won power in 2008, the White House, the House, and the Senate. We won power in 2020, the White House, the House, and the Senate. The American people were watching because we had promised them what we would do with that power, and we absolutely failed to live up to the expectation that we set. So next time we win power, we're going to drive that car like we stole it. We're going to legalize every dreamer, every dreamer's parents, every hardworking American doing better so goddamn great in the first place, even greater as U.S. citizens. Don't let them fool you. They're going to try to tell you that we're on different pages about this and we don't support the law. That's crazy. We all agree we should know who's coming into this country. We all agree that we should be able to protect our families from violent criminals, whether they were born in Fort Worth, Ciudad Juarez, or anywhere. I'm on the same page with that. But don't let them tell you that immigrants are taking anything from us. Immigrants are giving far more to this country than they can ever draw down in the entirety of their lives.
I love the way they try to make it sound like immigrants are doing us a favor. Right? They're not here because there's anything in it for them. I'm not demonizing immigrants by saying that, but let's be honest. You're here, even if you're here legally, you're here because there's something in it for you. You're not here because you think we're a society that needs to be improved. Listen to the way hardworking Americans, no, people in the country illegally are not hardworking Americans. They're foreigners. They're foreign nationals. They're foreigners. Robert Fritz, this is something that Democrats don't get. First of all, you promised us what? Why did you think we needed a promise of amnesty if we're citizens? You don't need a promise of amnesty if we're citizens. Look at the way the Democrats run their game. Everything is a 0 or a 1. Everything is victim and oppressor. Doesn't matter what it is. There's always a victim and oppressor. There's always a 0 and a 1. Immigrants versus citizens, they take immigrants. Men versus women, women. They always take what they consider the bottom and they put it on top. Even if that's not a proper value system. But in their minds, immigrants are better. Immigrants are better than you. They're better than you. You hear him saying it. They're better than you. If it's immigrant versus citizen, they take immigrant. They will always take foreigners. Foreigners are always right. Foreigners are always better.
Drive to Waffle House.
Foreigners are improving this country. You are ruining it. You, the citizen, you disgusting, narrow-minded, dumbass American, you're ruining this country. They're improving it. That's what he's saying. You're ruining this country. You're making it better. But again, you can't bring there to here without here becoming there. If you bring, do you really believe that if we bring the entirety of the third world into the United States, we improve the United States by remaking it into the image of the third world? I want someone to explain that to me. Without screaming and yelling, the Nazis said, I'm not a Nazi. I don't know any Nazis. You don't even know what a Nazi is. Stop it. How do you improve the United States? By turning it to the third world. Well, we're not turning it to the third world. If you bring everyone from the third world here, what do you think happens? What do you think happens? And if you think that by bringing all these poor people into the country, they'll somehow get rich, the only way that happens is if you want to talk about wealth transfers and static pies. We're not talking about bringing in doctors or engineers or people that are going to design the next AI, medical device. You're talking about armies of people who are going to do what? Right now, in case you don't know, there is a caravan of people heading into Mexico.
That's not him right now.
Planning on coming to the United States, and Shinedown doesn't know what to do with them. She really doesn't know what to do.
That was him earlier, but
because they're saying
the rerun
okay,
of it. But this isn't him.
I guess they're staying here. They don't seem to want to. I mean, they don't want them to. Excuse me. Headline: Associated Press. Mexican authorities arrest outspoken activist ahead of planned migrant caravan. Authorities arrested an outspoken activist and immigration advocate in southern Mexico on Tuesday, a day before a group of migrants was planning to march to the country's capital to protest their treatment. According to federal officials, was arrested in Tapachula in the state of Chiapas for alleged crimes related to his work with migrants. The officials spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly about the case. Garcia I'm trying to pronounce it. Relatives who are waiting outside the Attorney General's office in the southern city of Tapachula near the border with Guatemala declined to comment. The activist lawyer has accompanied many caravans over the years that formed in Tapachula demanding
take you guys into
United States, U.S. border, or speedier processing of asylum applications
Waffle House with me.
in Mexico.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was confused for a second. One of our regulars drives the same exact truck.
Oh, yeah?
I was like, this is not a normal time.
Well,
Remind me off thinking it's way later than it is. Drinking.
coffee and water.
Frank?
No, thank you.
Do you need a minute?
Yes.
No problem.
Thank you.
Oh. Ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
2 egg breakfast.
How you want?
Over easy.
White, meat, or raisin?
White.
Hash browns or grits?
Actually, raisin.
Raisin. Hash browns or grits for you?
Hash browns with cheese.
Got it. And any meat?
Bacon.
Bacon. All right.
Whew. Let me wake up. I'm safe. Amen. Yep. So, were you going to play fantasy football this year?
You want to warm up on the coffee?
Please, top. Thank you. Mm. Fantasy football. You hadn't responded, so I pulled your team. I can put it back there.
So far, so good.
Yeah, I had them. So while I'm here, on the way home. 4 o'clock in the morning here.
You want more coffee? No.
Let me get out of here, guys.
I work at. Yeah. No, not really. Oh, wait, I'm thinking of the other one. In North Dakota, Alexis. Yeah, that's mint. Yeah, mint. Peppermint, you know. Yeah, understandable. Yeah. But yeah, see, that's my guy. Because, certainly I just told him that you were here the other night. He's like, if you come back, tell him I said hi. So what? Tell him I said hi. Good dude. No, dude, me and TJ have worked together for years before. Years.
There you
You want a copy?
go. Ready to go home. Go to bed. Fred. That's the dash cam. Waking up.
Stop was another location, and they were showing her, these dresses over the computer, and then it was like, I was like, well, what is this? And it was the future is going to be computers talking to one another and sharing videos, and then we had to make a project. And I remember the early days of Cindy Margolis being the most downloaded. She was like the first internet supermodel. But this is so stupid. This will really date me. I'll be 53 next week. We had to make a video using only HTTP addresses. Yeah. So I took a Misfits song and I linked it to the horror movies mentioned in the lyrics. And then when you played it, it made this little web video, kind of like the early South Park Christmas card, except it was the song playing, and then the imagery from the lyrics was kind of bouncing back and forth. But it was only I had to make everything a link. In those early days, people were putting just random stuff up on the internet for no reason. That was I never would have thought that 4 years later, the Monica Lewinsky scandal would become the biggest thing on something called the Drudge Report.
Right. Right. I know. Listen, this will blow your mind. I was there before there were even web pages. Before we could even send images through the internet. That's how long I've been online. But yeah, the Drudge Report, he is, obviously was very influential back then just for starting a website. And all he did was have an HTTP website, which is what I did too when I built mine. I did mine in 1999. I think he was there a little bit before me. But it was because of Drudge that I did to build a website, I believe. because it was this idea that anybody could put anything up and have a voice and be that influential. I wasn't a conservative, but I could tell that this was the new thing. You know, you can just be anybody can cook. You know, like the movie Ratatouille. Anybody can do this. I can pretend to be a magazine. I could pretend to be a journalist, and no one's going to know. And so when I built my site, it was called Oscar Watch, and then I got sued for it by the Academy. But when it was called Oscar Watch, people didn't even know I was a woman. They didn't know anything about me. All they knew was there was this news site, and I was putting out information that was making the studios nervous. And that was, you know, that really did change everything. But social media, I think, took things to a totally different level. Than I've really missed those early days of the internet, because it really was about free speech and free expression. And social media changed everything.
But let's talk about you. Did I used the saying last time you were on that Rick was a conservative, wasn't been mugged yet. There are people that I think that have good intentions, that want public policy that makes sure people don't go without health care or makes housing more affordable. But there's two types of people in that. There are people that learn the hard way that some of those things don't work, and then there are people that say, well, we just got to do it more. And were you somebody that looked around and said, well, I align with Democrats and progressive policy because they're nicer people and they want to help low-income people, or they want to give women and minorities an opportunity? How did you get to that? How did you get to that frame of mind initially?
Well, I mean, I have to grapple with the fact that I'm just not that smart of a person. I especially wasn't. I mean, I'm smart about some things, but certainly not politics. I mean, it was as simple for me as gun control, during the 90s, because everybody remember what it was about handguns, and believing that the Democrats would somehow be able to control that or, limit weapons, or so that was sort of what brought me in as climate change, women's rights. But the problem with the Democrats is they went so insane that they became too radical, too extreme for me, and now they don't even make sense anymore. And I don't really feel like that. Yes, I changed my mind on gun control. I don't think it's the right idea and the right way to handle this problem at all. I've totally come to the conservative side on that. Abortion, I don't know how I feel about it being illegal, but I've basically become pro-life because the Democrats have lost their minds about it. And but a lot of the things I still feel like when I heard Rahm Emanuel talking to Megyn Kelly, I was like, okay, now he sounds like the Democrats I used to know. He's talking about education. He's talking about poverty. He's talking, you drive through areas like in Cleveland and you see these impoverished places. And, in my ideal world, we would find a way to make make this country for places like that where they can lift themselves up, they can have better education, they can get better jobs. I guess it is sort of the bleeding heart thing of caring about, making everything a little more equal, but then you get into this crazy area of Marxism, which is where the Democrats are now, where if they can't make it on their own, we're just going to reshape the system and control the system, so we force everybody to be on a level playing field. And, that doesn't work either. So,
when I talk to young people, my father would be considered more of a libertarian. He never said, you're going to think like this is what we think in our home. And you probably remember this, before woke, we had political correctness. And I found it absurd. Like when I was in college, I found the time where George H.W. Bush exited and Bill Clinton came in, and I'll give an example. Heavy 80s metal, love it, hate it, doesn't matter. It was frivolous, it was fun, it was what it was. Then all of a sudden there was this dark doom cloud of Eddie Vedder giving lectures from the stage, and I couldn't stand it. I wasn't pining for poison, but I didn't want a lecture from a guy in a flannel shirt. And that's what it felt like the early 90s became this dark and gloomy, thing. Like when you talk about the doomsday cult, I was like, I don't want any part of this. And then the next reckoning I had was every time I hear one of these people talking, they're always talking about how everyone else is going to live. And it was like, so wait, you're not part of this plan? If you're not part of the plan, then you're basically forcing something on me. And if you don't want to participate in it, but you think I should, why do you want to do that to the rest of us? That was another evolution of hearing people talk about their ideas. And the third was when they don't work, they still want them.
Right. No, it's true. And what happened to the left in the era of the internet is that they got power and they got wealth, right? For most of my life, the conservatives, believe it or not, were the side that had the wealth and had the power. Through the Reagan era, yes, there was a cultural divide, but for the most part, conservatives, when I was growing up, were always seen as the people in the really nice houses with the really good jobs and all the corporate wealth. But that changed. Silicon Valley changed that. The wealth moved to the left. And it was for me the real dividing point for me was watching these really wealthy people like Eddie Vedder or whatever, Stephen King, Bruce Springsteen, start lecturing all the people that made them rich,
Yes.
and made them feel ashamed about their working class lives because they're not on board with all this psychotic stuff they're pushing on the left. Which I was like, are you kidding me? Like, Stephen King, these are the people who make, and Springsteen, same thing. But because they don't know how to deal with having so much wealth and abundance. And they need absolution, right, for their sins. So that's why they've created this whole system that makes them feel good about themselves so they can keep all their stuff. They can keep all their money. And then they criticize everybody else out there who's just trying to eke out, a decent paycheck and maybe a vacation, maybe buy a new car. These are just what we call America. They're completely out of touch with it.
One thing I also see when I see some people that have involved, and maybe you felt this, I don't remember what year it was, I should have wrote it down. There was a survey of the DC press corps, and not a single one of them knew somebody that drove a pickup truck. I'm not talking about somebody that worked on their house. I mean, friend, family member, and I drive a Ford F-150 happily.
Nice.
That I thought was absurd that you don't even know someone. You don't even know someone. The best-selling vehicle in the United States of America is the standard pickup truck, and you don't know anyone that drives one. That's bizarre to me. But when I see people that are promoting one thing and live, like you said, completely living another. You pay $200 to go see Rage Against the Machine, and they've got their big red star up there on the stage, and Zach De La Rocha is giving some speech about Marxism, and the T-shirts are $80 when you go to leave. Wait, are we here fighting capitalism? Because it sure as hell feels like we're practicing it.
Right, and that was my climate was my big thing for a long time, and I would see these people on social media using Twitter, using their iPhone, everything that capitalism gave them that wouldn't even exist without capitalism, and also, warming the planet because it takes so much energy to run these things, and then acting like because they have the moral high ground that they're somehow absolved from that, and yelling at everybody else, yelling at the guy who drives the truck. And I didn't know any of this. I was in a bubble, and I didn't start to think about it until I started to drive across country and see how America lives. I think what social media has done, what the internet has done, is given people a way to escape real life and live in this virtual alternate reality. And if you never step outside that and you never look at the rest of this country, you won't even know they exist. That's how the Democrats abandoned most of America, was that, the internet.
Sasha Stone is joining me. She's the founder and a writer for awardsdaily.com, and I'm fascinated by this. One last thing here, because I do have to take a break. The other side of this is the cultural thing. We played a clip of Representative Sarah Tim McBride saying Democrats have to stop being a-holes to people. And I don't know if it's all of that, but, look, if you think when you use culture as a weapon against people, anybody can adopt culture. Anybody can pretend to like a type of music. Anybody can put on a certain fashion. Anybody can say, "Oh, of course I like my oat milk because I'm not, I don't want to have dairy farm," or whatever it is. That's a facade. But the Democrats want regular people to follow them, but in a way, it's like, I'm gonna insult you because you deserve to be insulted. Like you need to know that you're inferior to me, and voters don't tend to like that, And I'll say Mitt Romney kind of had that ick a bit too, and it didn't work when he tried to drive around in a pickup truck like Scott Brown. But if you drink beer from a can and go fishing on a Saturday and like to go mudding, as you would call it, that doesn't mean you are low class. It means you like these things. I actually watched a documentary on Vince McMahon, and he was saying that people in entertainment, the elites, thought that pro wrestling was for morons. He's like, no, people are in on the story. They get it. It's part of the fun, and you're judging people. The coastal elites started to perceive themselves, even if they didn't have anything really much to offer, started to view themselves as morally and culturally superior to everyone. And then they can't understand why they aren't well received.
Exactly, and they to do that with the side that has all the power and all the wealth is really unseemly, and it's the stuff of revolution. They shouldn't be surprised at how things turned out for them. But you can't act like that and also be the side that has all the power. It's sooner or later, everybody you're going to get over it. At least they didn't have their heads chopped off, right? They're lucky for that. But I just have to say one thing really quickly is. Awards Daily is my movie site. SashaStone.com is where you can see my political stuff.
Okay.
Go to Awards Daily. It's going to be just movie stuff, and maybe that's not what people are interested in. They might be.
Oh, I got to tell you, I can't emphasize enough that what you wrote in this piece, what you are expressing in all of this, your evolution, why you evolved, describing the evolution. And anyone listening, the piece is "The Democrats Are Trapped in a Hell of Their Own Making" at SashaStone.com. Sorry, I said a word gentlemen. SashaStone.com. This every word of this is a fascinating read to somebody who does conservative. I'm going to go a little longer on this because I think it's important. I remember sitting down with a BBC interviewer who had this caricature of me that I just thought was absurd. And I said, well, no, that's not what I believe. I believe the Constitution says, I found myself in a debate with Brian Williams, actually, Jonathan Alter, and myself, and it was at WNYC, NPR radio, for a Canadian thing. And he started the interview. He says, why do all conservatives think NPR is liberal propaganda? And I said, my opposition to NPR is not the content. I said, it is the 10th Amendment. I said, if the state of New York wants to run its own radio network for public information, that's fine. I said, but the First Amendment creates a free, independent media, and when the government starts getting involved, the media doesn't feel free and independent anymore. And it's the misconception of conservatives. Hey, look, you can take any group of people and find the most cartoonish, stereotype, if you want. But most conservatives look at the Constitution and go, okay, this is what we're supposed to be doing. This is what works. We do have a process to change it if we want to. But the cultural assumptions, the intellectual assumptions, the assumption that the population's stupid and needs an elite class, a hypocritical elite class, to lead them around by a bit is what I think is failing the Democrats. And in your piece, you talk about how they've coalesced into this doomsday cult, which from the outside looks even more weird.
Yeah, that's so smart what you said about public radio. I'm gonna have to try to find that interview.
I can send it to you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
The host actually did go down to kitty corn or something, so I don't know that the CBC is very proud of him anymore. But things happen.
Well, oh, that's funny. Oh well.
I'm sure if you write more pieces about this and more commentary, now from the outside, but once on the inside, that's very powerful stuff. Once on the inside, now on the outside, gives you a perspective. It's not just me sitting here going, those commie pinko leftists. You're in the locker room with the team.
Yeah. Why would I ever? I'm glad to be out of it. I mean, it's hard to be out of it because it's painful and it's sad, but at the same time, as you know, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And sooner or later, I had to start trying to speak out, not for my side, They're a lost cause, but for the rest of America that are at the victims, I believe, of what has happened to my side, treating them like they don't belong in their own country, treating them like human garbage, dehumanizing them. All of that was just too much for me. So,
do you have anyone you know that may be sort of looking down the path, looking out the window as to where you went and go, maybe I should follow?
I hear a lot from a lot of people that say they feel that way, but they're too afraid to speak out about it. And they always thank me for taking the hit, but they all sort of feel that way. For most people I know, Trump is the dividing line. They still believe the myth created about him and that he is this super evil force that they can't vanquish. And so they'll never cross over to that. But they always say, I don't agree with your politics, but I do have a lot of quiet, secret supporters from the other side. Do I know anyone who's prepared to? Not really. I don't think I know anyone who's prepared to move in the direction that I did, which was I actually was registered I had to register as a Republican to vote for Trump in 2024. And, that was like jumping off a box. But, most people would never get there. Will they leave the Democratic Party? Maybe, I don't know who would want to be in the Democratic Party right now.
Well, I do have to take a break. We went 10 minutes over.
All right.
No, it's good. It's good stuff. It's good content. Stay in touch. Write more pieces. We'll talk again.
Thanks for having me, Andrew.
SashaStone.com. This piece, I'm telling you, it's real important. Real important that you read it. All right, summer is all sunshine, smiles, and road trips. That's until the hot weather wreaks havoc on your engine. Before you know it, you're waiting for roadside assistance, sitting there on the side of the road, right? And then paying for costly repairs. With Car Shield, the heat doesn't have to rob you of your summer fun. Broken AC and electrical problems are common in high heat and expensive. Now is the time to put your faith in America's most trusted vehicle protection company, Car Shield, and shield yourself from pricey summer breakdowns. CarShield's U.S.-based representatives are available to help you find the best options for your vehicle and fit your budget. Plus, if you call today, CarShield is offering 20% off your plan. Just call 800-619-6488. That's 800-619-6488. Get your free quote. Don't sweat it this summer. Choose CarShield and get 20% off today. 800-619-6488. 800-619-6488. CarShield.com/Wilcow.
Elvis Week at Graceland. And Elvis Radio is taking you to Memphis.
We're celebrating his life, his legacy, his music, everything that he gave us.
Remembering the
Later, guys.
rock and roll with specials, countdown.